Okie dokie. Okay, let's see. Cool.
Interlocking building block system made specifically for your 3D printing and making parts to send them into the stratosphere with Skyblocks. Now, if this is the first time that you've heard about Print-a-blox, let me tell you a little bit about them. If you own a 3D printer, chances are you've tried 3D printing your standard plastic interconnecting building block sets, just like Creo or Mega Constructs brands, and you've discovered that they didn't fit. And this isn't necessarily the fault of 3D printers. These bricks are made with incredibly tight tolerances. And so, seeing the need to have a building system that we could use with 3D printing, I invented Print-a-block. That's block with no C, because that was the URL that was available. To use Print-a-block, you take a connector and snap it into one of the holes that have been specially designed to 3D print on the top or bottom or any side of the block, and then snap another Print-a-block into it. And that's it. Print-a-block is a truly 3D building block. You can build up, down, side to side, front to back, and the only limit is your imagination. And while this is certainly where Print-a-block has started, that's hardly all there is to Print-a-block. Besides taking the basic block and extending it to bigger blocks with more connectors that you can plug into, the very first Print-a-block campaign built pieces that you could use to make robots and mechs. These are super fun to play with. The Beast campaign focused on movement and articulation as we created animal-themed sets, like a shark with frickin' lasers on it. And I've even embedded electronic components into blocks so you can use Print-a-blox to do rapid prototyping with Arduinos or other basic electronics and use them to make fun, interactive pieces. And where are you going to keep all your Print-a-blox? Well, why not make a Print-a-box with Print-a-block connectors all over it so you can store your parts not just on the inside, but on the outside of your box as well. And now Print-a-block are blasting off with Skyforce. detailed components to add wings and engines to make your PrintABlok creations fly. They are a ton of fun to play with. So thanks for checking out my campaign, and I hope that you'll consider helping me build the most awesome collection of interconnecting building blocks for your 3D printer. Thanks so much for watching.
All right. All right, everybody. Just wanted to point out 3D Printing Professor's new Kickstarter campaign. He's going to be doing Skyforce for his Print-a-blox. And if you're not familiar with Print-a-blox, they're more or less the 3D printing equivalent to Legos. And Joe, he's done a lot of awesome different things to be able to have different interlocking segments and different articulated parts that can just go on. And the new campaign is pretty much geared towards things that fly and launch and have different accessories with those. And so I wanted to help support him while he's trying to get more Kickstarters to help with that. So let's segment over to that, and I can show you some of that now that I've shown you the video. If at any point in time you really like these and you want to start making your own grab bags, I do believe he offers through his Patreon page the ability to print these professionally for yourself if you're doing 3D printing as a business or as a hobby and you're just trying to make some extra income during the holiday season. Pretty sure he started doing that, so hopefully I'm not wrong. But ultimately these are really cool. They've got little pin segments that go into the just the connecting parts, and they just snap on and off as I'm showing. Not the correct way, but so your little Gatling gun rotates. The wheels do move. You do have to have your tolerance pretty good, but as Joe says, that he's made these pretty much for the basic 3D printers that will hardly print. And so if you've got a printer that hardly prints or is just able to print, these should be able to print on just even mediocre 3D printers, which is pretty exciting. I really like them for the Recreator and Pet number 1. Ultimately, for each cube to print, you can get 3 or 4 Print-a-blox, the standard cube, out of a 2-liter soda bottle, which is pretty nice. So on top of recycling and 3D printing new type of Lego interlocking blocks, you're going to be able to just bring new toys into the ecosphere, and I think that's super great that you can now just help the world. Take recycling product like PET number 1 that we would have never really thought about using in 3D printing, which, you know, I'm sure people have been doing it. We've been doing it since 2019. So to be able to now go full circle and bring that material and product back into little toys and stuff that we can, yeah, the imagination can really be opened up with these. So let me segment out of this while I can, and we'll bring my main video camera back up. There we go. And I got another camera going here. So if you're not familiar with OBS for streaming, it's a very versatile software. I've been having a lot of fun with it. This is now stream number 4. If you're here, thank you for joining me. And ultimately, if you've got questions, throw them in the chat, and then that way I can see what we've got for questions, and that'll keep the live stream entertaining. I've got a few things printing in the background. Hopefully we don't hear them in the foreground, but I think I will get a Recreator running while I do some work on the forefront. That way we can see the Recreator pulling while I'm also working on a build. And so while I'm prepping for that, and I'd like to talk a little more about the Print-a-block campaign. pretty much at any given point you want to get to the Print-a-block campaign, there's a QR code in the center of the screen, right there. So if you get that QR code with your phone, you can just get instantly to the campaign and start getting your Print-a-bloks. So while I get my bearings together, let's turn this on. And yeah, let's see if we can play around a little. My desk is a little messy, but a few things I wanted to go through and talk about while we're shooting the shit today. Having a lot of fun. I finally got all my cameras working, so I got 3 cameras going. Got my overhead camera, got an HDMI port in my standard recording camera, so now I can zoom in and zoom out when I need to, which is pretty handy. I think that's pretty cool. So we can get multiple angles going on. Might confuse me a little, so bear with me. Got my scissors here. I'm not going to be cutting from a bottle at the moment. We're just going to put in some pre-cut strips. See if I can control this at all. Ooh, I can. Alright. Very good. Oh. Tilting and panning and zooming. Oh my. What a crazy world we live in. Vlad, I'm very sorry that I have not responded back to your comment. Let's see what we've got going on for the chat. What do you think about the Swapper 3D? I've not heard about the Swapper 3D. Can you tell me more, if you're still here, about the Swapper 3D? Is that the new head that's being promoted that has like 25 different nozzles? After I get this loaded, I'll see if I can take a quick gander and we can talk about it a little more. Alright, so it's not anything that I've talked about really before. I still got to get a loading video situated for the quick start guide, but once we get that loaded, some people have a hard time getting it in, but it's like riding a bike. Once you figure it out, it just becomes second nature. I like to take a binder clip and clip the strip in place once I've got it set. So when we're gonna temp things, just bring it to 210. And so once this starts heating up with the binder clip, bringing it to 210, it will have a tendency to kick back and pull out. And so the binder clip's just going to lock it into place, which is nice. Just a quick little tip. I did try to supply one with every unit that went out. So the Swapper 3D, Vlad, as far as I've seen so far and have talked about with other people in the community, it does seemingly piggyback off of a mosaic palette as well as the Prusa MMU 5 filament feed. So it isn't necessarily its own unit as much as it's piggybacking off of those two. Again, furthering from my own understanding, it reduces purge but doesn't stop purge, and there is still purge going on, especially with the palette, more so than the Prusa. And I believe on the palette it's making purged tubes rather than a purged block or a brim, or as the bamboo X1, I believe, has a, as the community is calling it, a poop chute, which has been doing little blobs of filament as it transitions from color to color. So again, from my understanding, it's a little misconceiving as far as how they're marketing it, unfortunately, but it does seem to eliminate some purge, but not all of it. So I'll be more interested to see what comes out afterwards. It's out of my price bracket, and from my own experience with dealing with 4 in 1 out MMU heads that blend and mix with each other, it tends to be 4 more problems than just the standard 1. So with 25 heads constantly rotating and moving with an arm that's pulling them in and out, as well as another arm that's cutting them, is a lot of mechanics. And I would very much hope that no one struggles or has issues with any of those 25 heads, as well as the arms that cut and change and do all that crazy stuff that's going on. So great concept. I would love to see more. I did invest into that company's, I believe it's Big Brain. I invested into several of their, let's see if I can get this in. Did invest into several of their campaigns on Kickstarter for MMU coloring for their software. And so what the software in the MMU community is very, I wouldn't say it's very lacking, but there aren't a lot of options to colorize uncolored models. And their software, which I believe is Simply 3D, Simply Color 3D, helped with that. It helped with that. I don't want to say it was an end-all solution, but it was relatively nice. It was cloud-based, which very much doesn't settle with me, because if you've got lag in your internet or their website is bombarded by lag over abundance of users, then the experience was lackluster. And so if anything, I would love to see Big Brain go more into software where it's not cloud-based, so that we can, have a better experience with that. So the company is well established, but like anything else, the ideas are still experimental, and you are experimenting with all those experimental things. And the company not necessarily may be experimenting with you, they may just be selling you a product and wishing you well. And so, yeah, it's a Kickstarter. I would say tread lightly, like any other Kickstarter. And don't get your hopes up if you get it. I think it was pretty expensive, maybe not. I can't remember. But only put money into Kickstarter that you can piss away, because Kickstarters aren't products. They are just you are excited about a product and you want to give your money to that idea and to that establishment, and hoping they are business savvy and have done due diligence as far as their product and how to run the business and how they're going to bring that product to you. Some businesses are completely startup and have nothing started, only a Kickstarter. And then like Bamboo, they have been well established, it seems like, for the last almost 3 years, and they used Kickstarter as a platform to gain interest and move the product forward, and so it worked out very well for them. So again, tread lightly. Bamboo sales are finally moving forward from that Kickstarter campaign, which is nice to see. And so yeah, that's my opinion on that. Any other questions you got, Vlad? If you're still here, got a couple other viewers, and if you've got any questions, please chat me up. And yeah, let's see what we can get going on this pull. I'll go slow just so that it's going slow amongst our chatting points. And alright, sorry about that, everybody. It's a good shot if I can get my tripod situated. We're already binding, that's awesome. The live stream binding. Did not check this filament, but I thought it was just a color. Should not be binding. There we go. Okay. Let's see if I can kill that audio, which I can. Super cool. One less thing bringing in audio for us. Okay. Alright, we'll use that as our background. It's pretty cool. Back over here. Why not? See if we can get that to focus. Best. Better. Cool. Alright, you can see that on both sides. I really love this software. If anybody else is doing live streaming and you're not using OBS, I don't know what else you're using, but it's phenomenal. I think it's a very versatile software. So, alright, we're going to just use this as our background while I show Print-a-blox. I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, that works. Alright. Wait 1 second to check on my print real quick. Okay. Let's see if I can get in there. Yeah. All right. Cool. Super stoked. Let's see if I can flip this real quick. Something I'd like to do. Even better. Move that back there. Had it. Okay. Alright, Vlad, you got another question. What do you think about open source MMU like ERCF and Smurf v6? So if I'm familiar with the Smurfs, and those are something that I'd like to get into, I think Voron pushes the Smurfs, if I'm familiar, and similar to the Prusa MMU. I think I really want to get into them as far as how the PET filament is pulled in small quantities. I think that's a good source to be able to get in multiple strands and get more into an 80-gram print rather than just a 20-gram print or smaller than that. I think as you get into like the 9 ability to get into the 9 filaments, that's even more where we want to go if we're trying to make longer prints, because then you can put up to, you know, however much filament you can pull at a time. I've gotten a little excited. I'm trying not to drink this stuff too much, but the get it in here. Oh my gosh. The Tampico. And it's kind of reminiscent to Ecto Cooler, going almost on my 40s, not to age myself, but loved Ghostbuster Ecto Cooler growing up, and it's very on par. I made a mixed drink for myself and put a little bit that in there. It's pretty much a surfer on acid, my own little concoction additive, but yeah, it's pretty cool. It gives me about, I think, 35 to 40 grams for that, and there's no redemption value at all, so it's really cool to actually be able to turn it into filament that you can use. You do have to blow it up, put some heat into it, some air, and expand it while turning it, but once you get all the shape out of it back into an inflated inflation so that you can pretty much pull it correctly as in a strip, it works really great. So once you can load again a Smurf up with varying pulls of like 40 grams, if you've got 9 ports of entry, then you've got 4, 9, 18, 36. Oh my god, what's 4 times 9? Now I'm totally lost. 36. 18 and 18, 20, 36, 34. Oh my god, 38. I don't even know. Anyway, while I'm lost in that total moment. But you guys get it. Like, ultimately, in theory, go infinity. And so, yeah, so that's what we want. We want to be able to pretty much, like, load up as soon as a port is depleted. It should go to number 2. As soon as number 2 is depleted, 3. Once it hits 9, if you're there to monitor and load it, again, if the ERCF or if the Smurf actually, the Smurf, I'm not sure what it is, actually do these, you can theoretically load up again port 1 to 9 after it keeps rotating. That's really what we want to get into. So whether we're using a mosaic palette to seam them, we want another system to be able to automatically load them as each one depletes. And so that's the only way that we're really going to be able to make this more streamlined into 1K rolls, where if you are somebody that goes to work for 8-hour period, that likes to load up your printer before you go to work, this is what we're going to be aiming for as far as to be able to do that. I think a lot of people want to be able to do that. Not too many people find an interest, for whatever reason, that they don't like to print with just 25 grams at a time. Personally, I've been loving it. Again, with the Print-a-blox, to get back on topic of Print-a-blox, you can print a lot of these, not a lot at a time, but you know, again, you can get like 3 or 4 parts out of a bottle. I think that's super cool. Right now, 3D Printing Professor, he's got them for certain build plates, where you can just load up the one STL that he's got, and it's got everything as a build plate to put together one of these. So I think that's really cool. Just, again, no matter what kind of printer you got, for the most part, he's got a build plate ready to go. You just load it up, print it, and then sit there like you used to do with your Legos and put them together. He's been working on all these amazing little videos that help you build them, which I think is cool. A lot of people have a hard time visually with things, and so these videos are a really great explosion, literally, of all the parts, and showing you exactly where they go and how they attach to each other, which I think is super cool. So these are going to be the new thing that you see in people's stocking stuffers, I think, in the next couple years for Christmas. 3D Printing Professor's done a really great job about advertising and getting them into a package. He had a lot of them over at Murph, from what I've heard, and a lot of people, he wasn't able to attend, but just having his presence there as far as Print-a-block, a lot of people knew what Print-a-block was, knew about 3D Printing Professor, and it was just really great to still, you know, have a presence there. I know I wasn't able to go to Murph, but I was able to bring a presence to Murph, and it's really nice to hear back from people who attended that got to still see what we brought to the facility and what we do just as a hobby or profession. So again, it's really nice to have the community involved, and yeah. So again, if you're here and you're fresh, we got 6 more viewers. Please feel free to comment. It helps keep the commentary going. And again, if I can point to the QR code right here at any given point in time, you want to hit the QR code. That brings us to the current 3D Printing Professor's Print-a-block Skyforce. Skyforce is the latest and greatest Print-a-blox, and pretty much they're going to be everything like in the air and rockets and planes, different things. And so if you pledge $100, you can actually come up with what you would like to have created from Print-a-block. So if you've got maybe a favorite spaceship that you want from a movie, I had a really hard time trying to come up with some fun and fancy things that whatever $100 will buy you as far as what brings you interests. Maybe you're a Doctor Who fan and you want to see the I can't even think of any of the names from Doctor Who, but if you're a Doctor Who fan, you probably hate me right now. But you know, anything from pretty much anything you're into, if you think that Print-a-blox could create it, and could be created from Print-a-blox, pledge $100 and you can have a really fun experience or a custom gift for somebody. That's one of the great aspects of Kickstarter, is to be able to have different pledge options like that bring in different options for people who are creatives that want to try to bring a different experience to, you know, the stratosphere. And I think it's really cool. Joe does a really good he does a really good job, especially on Discord, to bring the community aspect into what he does. I know I've put out a few suggestions that he's, you know, really latched onto, and that's made me feel like I'm a part of, you know, what he's got going on, and I'm sure, you know, vice versa. So with that in mind, it's a good kind of branching subject. So 3D printing professor, he also has, it's a smaller version of this, and it's called Simon. I pronounce it Simone, and I think that's one of those tomato things, but it's also kind of versatile as far as keeping this gender neutral, where you could have a Simon or a Simone, which I think is pretty cool. So ultimately, again, this is a tiny scale, and I'm making it buddy scale. So this is going to be about 3 feet tall, and everything's articulated. So you can download this now as a small scale. He's got it so that you could put an old photo frame in it, I believe. But I'm trying to put a Windows 10 PC in here. It's actually smaller than this, and this is already broken. Looking for the head. I've lost my head. Alright. So ultimately, I got the head. It's just going to be, again, a Windows 10 PC. And, let's see, yeah. So, I'm pretty excited about this. I don't know if either of us will be attending IRF. I know we're both trying to. Alright. Try to set this aside. And yeah, so if he doesn't make it, hopefully I'll have that, and I'll be rotating some of his videos just so that he's there in spirit. And if he's there and I want the table space, then he's gonna adopt Simone for the day. Simon. So that's something that I really wanted to start doing with 3D printing, is making smaller things larger. A lot of the build plates are small, and you can get into bigger options, which I think is a fun thing to start to do once you've been doing this for, I've been on here for 6 years now. I've made the Recreator, which was another thing I wanted to I wanted to learn more. I wanted to get away from just my comfort zone and start playing amongst all the extra parts and stuff that I had around. So that's what I worked towards. So again, with doing the larger Simone, that really allowed me to bring in some other projects that I wasn't really working on anymore to, recycle the screen, recycle the computer that I'm using, and ultimately the whole concept of Simon is that, I believe, I don't want to butcher it, but it was like a kid who lived at a garbage facility that just took in electronics that he was salvaging and pretty much made a friend, and out of all his disbanded electronics. And I really dug that. I think just amongst doing the Recreator and how I grew up with just recycling, it's just, I learned the story as I was going along with making it, and it only further pushed the aspect that it felt like it was something that I not necessarily should be doing, but I'm really enjoying myself doing it. And so I think the fact that 3D printing professor actually showed enthusiasm towards it and really likes to see his things get built just like anything else. Like, I really love seeing people make the Recreator, and you can bring in your own color scheme to it. Like right now I've got red going on. That's more of a safety aspect. This plate, I ran out of black PETG. I only had red. So, but other people are also bringing their own color schemes into it and really personalizing it. And so I think that's super cool. Again, to go full circle back to Print-a-blox, you can really print up a lot of different colors. And so you can maybe make all your weaponry silver, maybe bring in a different color scheme going on for factions if you're maybe doing games and you've incorporated this into your board games. there's a lot of different aspects to what you could do with it. He's brought in alphabets so that you can actually alphabetize, and you can put your name on this. You could put some numbers on it. There's boxes for organization, so you could put the lettering on that for different boxes of maybe, again, weapons, single blocks, double blocks, 4-ups, wheels, all sorts of different things. And because it's 3D printing, you can pretty much make your own. So if you're into customization, I think that's super cool. I would love to see these on Printables.com as a contest. I think that would be super cool, where if Prusia picked this up and had that as a contest, it would super expand Print-a-blox as a universal 3D Lego. I think that would be awesome. Once people actually get this in their hands, they get excited. There's another Kickstarter campaign that Joe's done called Chibi Moles, and I really would love to see like a Chibi Moles Print-a-block crossover where the Chibi Moles are, you know, like set in like R2D2, you know, in the different kind of different spaceships and stuff that are coming out. Just, you know, different creativity and remixes and stuff like that, especially once the community's involved, can really just expand things amazingly. So I think that's super cool. Yeah, lads, thanks for kicking around and throwing stuff into the chat. Like, it would make really great board games and stuff like that. You can really bring a lot of different aspects to it. You could change out you could put in a little key figure for a Print-a-block change out, and you could change out a character's weapons even. So this has a really good expandability for board games, really. Again, you could make different tanks, stuff like that. And let's see if I can get that zoom. There we go. Joe's done a really good job about getting in, I think they're called weebles, but ultimately it's all this articulated detailing. And I put a little, oh my god, what's the product's name? Rub and Buff. Put a little Rub and Buff on here just so that we could actually see all that crazy detail that's going on. And he's done a really great job about just being very articulate with where he started and where he's actually bringing this now that he's been doing it for several years. I think it's really cool to see just revisions and what somebody's doing with a product. They just don't make it and leave it as is. They expand on it and bring it not to its ultimate fruition, but again, having the community involved, it's just so ever expanding after that. So again, if you're just joining us, check out that QR code, and then below I got the Kickstarter just URL that the QR code brings us back to. So if you want to just go and check out that campaign, for $10 you get the latest and greatest Skyforce campaign. For $100 you can pretty much ask Joe to do whatever you want. You're the boss. And so with that in mind, you can come up with a good different project that you want to do. And if he's able to make it for you, then you're the boss. And that opens up all the other campaigns that he's done. I think there's now 3 or 4. But ultimately, again, that's bringing in more value for what he's already sold. He's now going, this is, I think, you know, again, like I mentioned, his, I think, 5th campaign on Kickstarter, so he's very well established. Everything pretty much once it garnishes, I think he's got it going for 15 days, and it's already gotten over what it needs as far as becoming a populated Kickstarter. So once it actually does finish, everything gets released instantly. That's the good thing about doing digital STLs and a campaign like this. is pretty much like all the models are just ready to be released. So you don't have to worry about the Kickstarter failing or anything like that. It's pretty much ready to go. And the more that people know about it, the better the campaign does, the better 3D Printing Professor does, the more Print-a-blox we'll have, and the more different campaigns and projects that we'll see from 3D Printing Professor, which is totally awesome. So again, I just wanted to use this live feed to promote him a little. I've been trying to really be humble to people who've brought me into 3D printing, who've mentored me, whose videos I like. Everything I'm doing right now is because of the community. A lot of people have made me feel very welcome, and it's just not stuff I'm used to, so it's been very nice. So yeah. Vlad, if you've got any other questions, you're keeping the chat going. Anybody else here, I appreciate you. It's Saturday for me. Currently it's almost 1. And yeah, I just wanted to show off one of the Recreators doing its thing in the background. It's going medium speed at the moment so that we can just see it doing its thing. Again, I wanted to promote Print-a-blox, hit up that QR code. And I wanted to try to work on a build today too, so let's get a build started. I think that'll be fun. It's going to be an MK5. I do have a couple pieces missing, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think it's just a middle leg, so if we don't have it and it doesn't get installed, it's not that big of a deal. I might also be missing feet, so I'm not totally prepped for this, but again, I wanted to just have something in front of me that I'm working on and building. So I'm going to put the Print-a-blox away for now. Thank you for allowing me to show those off to you, and if you've got any interest, check out again the QR code and the URL below us. Make really great stocking stuffers for the kids, and even for the adults, like we talked about in the comments. If you're into different RPGs and different war games and you're trying to make custom articulated parts for that, they do range about 3 inches in, for the average one, in width and diameter. But you can ultimately make them as big as you want. And again, being 3D printed, I know Joe's got like this giant one the size of our box, so if you really wanted to go kind of crazy, you could make them big. I think that brings a whole other concept to things. Like, he's done such a great job where if you actually did scale some of this up, you could have a really awesome Halloween costume. Really, like, you could make yourself into a Print-a-block ninja or something, just like a mech warrior or something. Like, I think it really, I might even do that. Like, it sounds so fun. So again, I hope you can see the enthusiasm that I carry amongst it in the project, because just ultimately it really makes me excited. And I'm gonna be like 40 soon, and so ultimately, again, like, whether you're 4 or 40, I think it's a good project. So definitely good, worthy spot for your $10. And again, if you wanted to be boss, $100 isn't too bad, and ultimately it keeps somebody good for what they're doing as a hobby, and keeps it expanding. So give that a check out. So I just need a minute to kind of get my stuff going on over here, and I'll be back. So bear with me and stick around. Let's put this back up.
It's time to launch the third Print-a-block campaign, where we are taking the interlocking building block system made specifically for your 3D printing and making parts to send them into the stratosphere with Skyblocks. Now, if this is the first time that you've heard about Print-a-bloks, let me tell you a little bit about them. If you own a 3D printer, chances are you've tried 3D printing your standard plastic interconnecting building block sets, just like Creo or Mega Constructs brands, and you've discovered that they didn't fit. And this isn't necessarily the fault of 3D printers. These bricks are made with incredibly tight tolerances, and so seeing the need to have a building system that we could use with 3D printing, I invented PrintABlok. That's block with no C, because that was the URL that was available. To use PrintABlok, you take a connector and snap it into one of the holes that have been specially designed to 3D print on the top or bottom or any side of the block, and then snap another PrintABlok into it. And that's it. PrintABlok is a truly 3D building block. You can build up, down, side to side, front to back, and the only limit is your imagination. And while this is certainly where PrintABlok has started, that's hardly all there is to PrintABlok. Besides taking the basic block and extending it to bigger blocks with more connectors that you can plug into, the very first PrintABlok campaign built pieces that you could use to make robots and mechs. These are super fun to play with. The Beast campaign focused on movement and articulation as we created animal-themed sets, like a shark with frickin' lasers on it. And I've even embedded electronic components into blocks so you can use PrintABlok to do rapid prototyping with Arduinos or other basic electronics and use them to make fun, interactive pieces. And where are you going to keep all your PrintABloks? Well, why not make a Print-a-box with PrintABlok connectors all over it so you can store your parts not just on the inside, but on the outside of your box as well. And now PrintABlok are blasting off with Skyforce, detailed components to add wings and engines to make your PrintABlok creations fly. They are a ton of fun to play with. So thanks for checking out my campaign, and I hope that you'll consider helping me build the most awesome collection of interconnecting building blocks for your 3D printer. Thanks so much for watching.
I love this stuff. This is great. Like, this is everything I'm talking about. Like, this is such a great commercial aspect to everything going on. Like, he doesn't give himself enough credit for the fun stuff that he's done with everything. Like, the music's great, it's poppy, all this is great just as far as bringing the aspect to, you know, like if you got any questions, you just throw on the video and it shows you exactly how things go together. It's perfect. You don't need to go through 1 to 10 tutorials or anything like that. It's just, you know, visually you just find your parts and you put them together. It's great. It's just really fun. I love it. So again, if you want to put in that $100 tier, it's really cool. Like this is one of those Kickstarters that would really allow you to, again, have your own say with where the product goes, and if you've got something really fun and favorite that you wanna that you're into personally, or again you know someone who's got a birthday coming up, this is awesome. You know, it's going to be a customized kind of experience for somebody's gift if you wanted to do that. $100 goes a long way with something like this, as far as, again, like contributing to somebody who does this for their profession, as well as actually getting a custom gift that no one else might have, you know. And it'll probably get expanded into the universe afterwards, but I'm sure you might be able to work something out where, you know, if you wanted something just yours, who knows? We all have our price. But yeah, get out and check out Discord. I don't have it right now. Maybe I'll pull it up real quick and we can swap out some URLs for 3D Printing Professor's Discord page. But again, if you're just joining us here now, I'm showing off 3D Printing Professor's Print-a-blox. His Skyforce campaign is launched on Kickstarter, and you can go to this QR code or to the link down below, and that'll bring you to the Kickstarter campaign. It's $10 to do the Skyforce campaign, and $100 makes you the boss. You can make anything you want to your heart's content, as well as his skill set and ability to do it. So, but yeah, that also expands your ability to get all the other Print-a-block sets that he's released on Kickstarter for the last few years. So, again, Joe Larson, and we got 3D Printing Professor, and yeah, check that out. Glad that you could check this out with me. I know I've gone a little overboard with it, but I'm very excited for the campaign, and I think you should be too. So let's swap this out. Our Recreator is almost done recreating. Let's see if anybody's still in the chat, or if I've scared y'all away. Vlad, are you still here? You still breathing? Ignaz, hi there. Hi, you got any questions? Keeps the chat going, keeps the live feed interesting, and it keeps me talking. So, I'm gonna just keep this going, just so that we can kind of see what happens as far as once a pull is finished. It does have some kickback. I do let people know about that. I am working towards a solution so that it does stop with a filament runout detector, if we can implement that, and then hopefully once it's done, it shouldn't have a snapback based off of how it's put into it. So that is a goal. Ultimately, if you know you're going to be almost done with a pull, you've only got so much left to it, you can hang on to it about here or here where the fan is, and then that way you don't have such a kickback. It can be pretty significant. So if you've got any little ones around, or if you're in a school environment, definitely have safety glasses around, and you don't want your face right over the unit. So just give yourself maybe a foot or two distance once it's unloading itself, if you do allow it to unload itself. Otherwise, if you do get into, again, hold the spot here or here, again, keeping in mind you want to avoid your fingers in the gear, then that's going to be a good way to just kind of allow it to do its thing so that it untensions from the spool. Because right now it's super tight. And so ultimately, if you just let it do its thing, once the unit cools down, it should go from being, you know, as tight to even looser as it has time to cool and expand amongst itself. That's nice. At that point, I'll usually bag it up in a sandwich bag, which just keeps it from being super tight amongst its life. And if I'm not printing with it right away, it just makes it more able to be used, at least for my own production needs. So just something to keep in mind. So we are about to finish up here. So I will show you in a second just what I'm talking about. So Vlad, if you're still here, I just saw your question as far as seaming or welds, and yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to be trying to do with the Mosaic palette. Right now it can be hit or miss depending on the temperature as well as cooling. You don't want to crystallize the seam, and if it crystallizes, it might be too hot of a crystallization in order for your filament to properly get through the nozzle. It also might, there we go with that, it might also break at the extruder gear, which we want to try to avoid. So direct drives are suggested. Just going to shut this off. And pretty much anything to avoid your PTFE tube in length. That way there's no drag or friction where the seam could break within the PTFE tube while it's doing its thing. Okay. So let's see if we can just zoom in and focus there. Love the camera that I decided to go with, because now I can just zoom in and focus, which is super nice. So you pretty much just where you latched it in, just unlatch it, pull it out. I do have a tendency to go through the first few inches, which are rough from the initial pull, and I'll just feel it out with my fingers to gauge out where it's no longer rough and where it transitions into smoothness. And I will cut that much off. And so it does end up being maybe about 7 inches. But if you hang on to this down the road, I will be showing off different techniques to chop this up into pellets for pelletization, as well as other shredding techniques. And then pretty much I just take it off. I have my own methods. I'm a little lazy. Other people might have different things, but for the most part, I just do this. I just take it off. Again, I try to avoid my eyes, but then I just roll it up. Let's see if I can get it. That looks a little better. Watch me here. But yeah, you know, it's already done its thing. And for the most part, if you just wind it back up kind of loosely, it's the best way. Not making it look that elegant right now, but you get the idea. And it's nothing crazy. So again, I'll just put this into a bag. Show you right now while I'm doing it. So for $1.25 at the dollar store, which is now the $1.25 store, or the 4 for $5 store, you can get 45 Ziploc bags, and I just put my filament into these bags now, like that, and then I store it away. And so now, once I've collected as many bags as I need to, I weigh them on a food scale, just so I know how many grams I'm working with. And for my next printing project, if I'm around for the time needed to swap out, I personally use a filament runout switch, which again a lot of people want to start to avoid, which again I'm looking into getting a mosaic palette too, and that should hopefully be able to show us if we can get into full line seaming and streamline that, as well as I'm open to other people doing things. I've seen varying methods for seaming on YouTube, and I've tried them. I've tried them several times. I've tried them several times, and so there's varying methods, and varying amongst those varying methods there are varying machines. Amongst those varying machines are varying heads and extruders, and how each one of these methods of seaming will actually work. So that's why I don't really talk about it. It's why I don't really suggest anything amongst my own experiments with it. Again, I've found the filament runout sensor works the best. I found that my own seams were over crystallized and pretty much jammed at the nozzle. If the temperature was not high enough, I print at 260C, so a crystallization could have happened at 265 or 270, even 280. So that will pretty much jam at a nozzle that's only at 260. And again, at the extruder, if you have a direct drive with dual gear extruder, that's going to be the best. That way you don't have back and forth motion amongst the PTFE tube, and then the seam possibly breaking within the tube, or at the extruder gear. With the direct drive, you're going to be at least like right at your hot end, so hopefully it should push past the seam a little faster rather than being rocked back and forth from a Bowden tube. So it's one of those things that, again, there's varying methods to do it, varying lifestyles, varying variations of everything, and so I don't have an ultimate solution towards that. So I welcome everybody's tests and solutions, and hopefully eventually amongst everybody doing this, now that again it started in 2019 with PetPull, want to give them credit. Ultimately, from my own experience and research, they have everything worked out from the get-go as far as pet pultrusion goes, and anything after them has just been an expansion upon that. And the more that we start to expand pet pultrusion in general, again beyond 2019, 3D printing has been around since 2009 in home consumerized situations. So if you look at that as having almost 13 years on its belt, pet pultrusion has only been around for the last 4 or 3 years, so going on 4, and ultimately that's still young. So if we can be an extension of 3D printing as far as home 3D filament production, I think that's amazing. And we're still at the forefront of that, and we've got some time to go. So the more people who are involved, the more people who want to experiment, will expand the community and our ability to do the things that we all desire. So comment, questions. Hi, successful way to color the PETG filament. Yes, so I have for the Recreator 3D what's called the colorizer, and you can either attach that to the to the Recreator 3D while it's pulling, so that it can also colorize, or you can use it off of the Recreator 3D and go back and forth in several passes, so that the ink properly goes onto the outside and inside of the filament as far as causing a bleed. So yeah, you can look into the Recreator 3D colorizer. If you look at that on YouTube in your search, it should come right up, and you can pretty much get any color that you want to your content, and as long as it's the size of a Sharpie marker, it should work for you. Other than that, you can go like on Thingiverse, and the colorizer was pretty much remixed from a file on Thingiverse. There are varying other styled heads that take in multiple Sharpie markers and other markers. So again, if you're looking for a particular brand, you might be able to find that apparatus that helps you. Okay, so just a quick segment while I think we'll pull again. I think that was fun as a background, but yeah, I'll move stuff forward a bit and zoom out. And while I'm working on that, though, real quick, throw these into the shot. These are my new favorite. So these are bed clips, or not clips, I guess, but brackets, mounts. I don't know what these were called, but I love them, and I'll put a link in the description once we're done talking with everything. There we go. And instead of binder clips on your beds, on your 3D printers, these little things are 10 times better. So I think they were like $10 maybe, and you got I think 3 sets. So yeah, they're super cool. I tend to have binder clips get shot off on my bed sometimes if things just aren't aligned properly. These are nice and small, adjustable on the bottom, and yeah, I love them enough to be talking about them right now. So again, I'll put up a link. I think pretty much everybody, if you're trying to get away from binder clips, or you know, have multiple different beds that you're using and you're looking for a nice sturdy alternative, these are awesome. So again, I'll put up a link later for those. And let me grab some more filament real quick. So yeah, let's see. Let's use this little thing. That is horrible quality. So we start our strip. We're just gonna, again, we're gonna make pretty much a 2 to 3 inch strip. Nothing too crazy. It's gonna be just cut enough to be able to go into our nozzle. Show this there. You see it? Focus. Horrible lighting. Right? So again, nothing crazy. This cooled down. It's already at 55, so you know. And sometimes I just like to straighten it out. Nothing too crazy. Now I say how easy it is for me. It's going to be giving me issues, right? There we go. Just a little quick turn. Okay. Okay, so one of the cool things I like about what we've been able to do with the we got Marlin Vanilla on this. We can just go right into the nozzle temp, and not too many people, I guess, know about having a slider on there, which I don't know anything about the firmware. Nick Jones actually managed to work that out, which a lot of people are really rather impressed by, I guess. So that's going to bring us to our 210. I go a little higher sometimes, just out of laziness rather. So we'll let that do its thing. Here. And yeah, cool. So if you are new here, we still have 4 viewers. I appreciate y'all being here. Vlad, if you're still here. Ignaz, Ilios. I've gotten all your names proper, hopefully. But yeah, thanks for being here. If you got any more questions, let me know. And if you haven't gone to the Recreator3D.com, check it out. Got all the notes and videos and tutorials that you need to be able to make a pet pultruder, which pulls 3D filament from recycled pet number 1 soda bottles or any other plastic material that you can manage to get to work. But primarily use soda bottles, but you can use other things like water jugs, and I'm about to grab some Tampico to make another mixed drink. So it's a good example of what you can use for material to make back into 3D filament. I've got a print coming now. I'm working on these are fun little things that you can find on Thingiverse and a couple other sites, but pretty much, let's see, there we go. I remember I got this. Got the zoom option now, so we reuse the soda bottle cap, which is nice, so that's number 1 reuse. And then outside of that, I'm trying to make it look like a little soda bottle, which is kind of like my little alternative to it. So I got one printing out right now. I want to be able to have a nice little takeaway if I end up anywhere. So I think that's really cool. So I got one printing now. Hopefully it'll be done soon. I'll take it off and show everybody. And this is heated to temp. So I just try to grab the binder clip off while grabbing the strand and start pulling it forward. You want to give it a couple tugs forward, nice and light. That way you're not just breaking the initial strip that you just cut. So you do have to apply a little pressure. And sometimes you can slip like that, so be mindful and careful. And make sure you got a good grip with your... I like to use needle nose pliers, which is what I would suggest. These are a little beefier than the other smaller ones that I also use, but as long as they're needle nose pliers and kind of allow you to, you know, you want to, once you got a good grip, you can use the pliers with your other hand as well to bring that strand forward. So you do want to bring it about an inch or 2 beyond the spooler. Just cut a little off. And then we're going to be putting it into one of these slots, making sure that we're on the guide spool. Just need another inch or 2. And so right here, let's come up here. We're going to just bend this down, or forward rather. We want to make sure our guide is going to catch the filament, and then I just bring forward slowly and tension that down. And then we're gonna go to our puller, and I've just been doing the suggested speed so that this is not going too fast amongst our live feed, so that it makes a good background. Yeah. Alright, so we got another one pulling. That's set up so we can watch it pull. Alright, zoom out. Clear that out there for fun. Alright. There we go. For anybody who is curious about my fancy JRT3D.com light, that was made with Luban3D.com. And Luban is a software that makes it big. So we were talking about things that we could make big, like our Simone character, or Simon. Tomato, tomato, and pretty much what we're able to do with that software is it makes puzzle pieces. So similar to our Print-a-blox, it will actually segment smaller models into larger puzzle pieces of that model that you then pin set together and glue together. So people have made statues with Luban from just small little models. And if you are not familiar with Luban, you need to look into Luban. Luban3D, it's not Luban Slicer. They did kind of jump on that bandwagon and try to steal the spotlight away from Luban3D.com. But look up Luban3D and catchphrase, make it big. And yeah, that's a really great software. It does jump every year, gets a little more expensive, but you're pretty much paying money towards a software developer who does all the work himself. So it's his baby, his little project, and he puts all his time and effort into it. He runs a super awesome 3D printing community towards that software on Facebook. And yeah, if you don't know about it, check it out, Luban3D.com. And yeah, maybe I'll do another live stream about Luban, because it's a very awesome software. I was able to make a sign with it. You're able to make boxes. It's a very versatile software. You can make glass lens frames, puzzles. It's got a lot of MMU aspects into it, so your puzzles can actually be multi-layered. So if you want to do a layer transition on a puzzle, you can have 4 colors in a puzzle, and you just do a layer pause and change out your filament. So it's got balloon lithography and different kinds of things. Pretty much, if you've got an idea where Luban could go, you can reach out to the developer, and he is 100% open to different ideas and what Luban can become. So it's something to think about, where if any of that sounds interesting to you, again, check them out. Every year it gets more expensive, so the sooner you jump on it, you can do monthly and yearly payments. which ultimately go into your final tier. And so as you pay money into it, the sooner you pay it off, the better you are as far as owning it. But it is nice that you do have the option to pay into it slowly until you do eventually own it. Some people aren't into that. For me, I think it's a great concept, and ultimately, if you hang around enough, this guy runs contests all the time, and so you will likely be able to catch some sort of contest where you get a free subscription to Luban, and I think that's even more cool to have somebody who's actually, able to give stuff back to the people who contribute to it. So, all right, got a few people here, still 5 viewers. Thanks for being here. Thanks for any comments. Comments keep me active and talking about different things that you want to hear about, instead of me rambling about the things that I'm rambling about. So, I did prep this time. I do have the power supply on and the handles on, because the last time was not fun for anybody, I'm sure. So I need a little topper off on my drink again. We got the Tampico. This is the citrus punch. There are 3 or 4 varying flavors. You want the citrus punch. Got to get those oranges. Alright, let's see. So that's ingredient number 1 to my JRT3D special surfer on acid. We got 4 parts, so just put in equal parts. Or if you're feeling sassy, add some more. So we got Jaeger, deer's blood. People say it puts hair on your chest, but that hasn't happened for me, or my nose. But it probably grows hair. So we got our Schweppes ginger ale. Gets a little splash of that. Get some carbonation in there. My surfer on acids aren't true surfer on acids. Again, JRT3D special. So then we're gonna throw in some Fireball. Should have like cherry, pineapple, orange, Jaeger. Somewhere in between. Whenever I make these, or go to a bar and ask for one, people who've been doing this for 20 years look at me cross-eyed. So when you have a bartender look at you cross-eyed for the drink you just ordered, you gotta wonder if people are gonna like it or not. So, if you're making this with me or after me, tread lightly. It is like motor oil. So if you like motor oil, this is your drink. If you don't like motor oil, don't. But I rather like it, so. Alright. So we got the Recreator recreating. Blower. Can do that, right? So this video here is the Recreator right there doing its thing, which is cool. I upgraded my camera above so we can zoom in and focus if needed, and I got my higher resolution in front of me. So hopefully you're enjoying a better live stream than the ones previously. Let's see if I get that to focus there. If you're just joining me, I am supporting Print-a-blox at the Kickstarter campaign. If you do a QR scan on your phone, you'll go to the link below. which is Kickstarter.com, and we're going to be doing 3D Printing Professor's Print-a-blox, and this campaign is Skyforce. So again, it makes really great gifts and stocking stuffers for Christmas, and ultimately there's a few campaigns going on, and they're more or less the 3D printing equivalent to Legos. So if you got 10 bucks, it's really good to get the Skyforce set. Every other set you can get is also $10, I think, maybe 14 now that the Kickstarter's over. But for $100, you're the boss. You can pretty much get Joe to make you any 3D printing Print-a-blox that you're looking for, as far as maybe a model that you're into for some sort of different project that you like, or different movie props, stuff like that. And that also opens up the back tiers to all the previous projects before that. So for $100, it really gets you the best bang for your buck as far as getting everything that he's ever modeled and put out on Kickstarter, as well as really allowing you to now have a customized gift and part of being a part of Print-a-block beyond just adding $10. So excuse me while I have a pretzel amongst checking out the comments, and then we'll move forward with getting a Recreator together while the Recreator is recreating in the background. So thanks again for being here. I appreciate you. Appreciate the comments. They keep me talking, keep you guys interested, and they keep things fun. So comment, comment, comment. Vlad, yes, so you mentioned that the bottles that I showed, these bottles, are good for paint and for if you're doing Warhammer, as he mentioned, or just different, SLA resin prints, and you're sitting there and you're doing a little painting. I thought about watercolors, just because I haven't tested these quite yet as far as air tightness, but for the most part I would assume that they're pretty airtight. We'll find out. But I was thinking watercolors primarily because even if they do become not airtight and they get air at them, that all you got to do is add a little water to re-release the pigment in them, and then you can take the cap off and then use the cap as your palette. So I thought that was pretty cool. I really want to show more of what you can do with these just in general, what you might be able to put in them, storage, even if they're just like a little geolocation thing, where you tell people how to do geolocation. I'm not really familiar with all that fun stuff, but it's something that I kind of think I want to get into as far as being able to promote pet, and just finding something like this and being able to open it up and have something fun that brings it back to the Recreator in some way. So I've got one printing up right now, and while we're talking about it, I'll go see where it's at. So yeah, this is printed up pretty good. Unfortunately, I guess I'm like kind of nozzle burn or something going on. Let's just make sure you're working on your clean nozzles. Let's see if we can get that up here. Yeah. So yeah, maybe that even was. Sometimes you get the label at the top of your filament, and that's probably actually what caught that. So it's really interesting, if you've got if you do pigmentize your filament with colorization, you'll see where, like anything else, if you've got dual filament going on in your nozzle for toothpasting, you'll see your travel going on, and so based on what kind of color is coming through at that time, the path that it's traveling, you'll have that show up. So This does unfortunately look like I've got a dirty nozzle, so I think I'll have to look into cleaning my nozzle. But ultimately, let's see. Can I get it in here? Can we show it down in the corner? Yeah, look at that. So I got Recreator, Recreator3D.com, just as a branding. So I wanted to, again, make these, if I end up going to Earth, I wanted to have a good amount of these, just as handouts. I wanted to try to get a little piece of candy or something that's obviously foiled up, and that way you can get a little something something. So I did try to brand the inside of it, which you can't really see, kinda. But it is in there. It does say Pet 1 with a recycling logo. But yeah, you can't see that. You can see it in person, kind of, sort of. But I might rethink that. But I like the bottom. I gotta rethink about the dimension and depth and everything. You can see that I tried to put a recycling logo with a number 1 on there. So yeah. Now I can't get the cap on this one. Uh-oh. I think I sized up too much on this one. Yep, it looks like I did. So I think I scaled this up just a smidge too much, and I can't get my cap on it. So I'll have to go back to the drawing board, but ultimately I did make it a little bigger. My goal is to make it look like a soda bottle, and so I do have that, you know, the bottom markings going on. I think that's pretty fun. Alright, enough about that. Let's get building. So I do have varying things going on. So I got a nozzle I got to put together that I didn't prep, and I might make another board plate, but we're working with blue at the moment. One of those things that I would have printed up earlier, but I didn't get there, so tough to that. Got a bottle cutter that's been tested and ready to go with our fancy new wands that retract up and down. I have since updated the MK5 spooler mount, and I realized that the singled dual gear was off by just a little, and so while it rotated, it kind of jumped a little. Only a smidge, you don't really notice it, but it's enough where some people noticed it, and it's enough to warrant a refix on it. So on the new model that you can download, the mounting screw holes for the motor have been set lower to accommodate different screw tops, as well as the back of where the dual gear sets in with a palm wheel. That's been flushed out so that the palm wheel can't go beyond the set that I made. It's also been decreased in size so that the palm wheel should fit snugly into that hole. And a secondary mounting has been put in place along where the motor is. So there's another one of these right where the motor is. Some people complained that their motors were getting a little warm and ultimately, depending on what they printed the mount in, would cause that to shift and warp a little. So the secondary mount bracket will help alleviate that. And so we pretty much just put it against the farthest point once we've got that now, which is about here. So for that, we're still using an old model just because it still works, and why print it if it still works? So if you want the latest and greatest, feel free. If you're moving forward with the project and you want the latest and greatest as far as what we've released. Otherwise, if you're still on an MK5 or an MK3 Lite and you're still just working with a general build, it should still work as needed. The MK3 Pro is pretty much suggested over the Lite, and the MK5 kit, the dual gear single motor, is pretty much suggested over the two of those. So right now, that's the best one to go with. And where it's at right now with, again, the second mounting on the motor, is it's in current state and in its best form. So. All right. So this is fun filament. It's just a translucent. I think it was. What brand was this? Overture transparent, and so it doesn't end up being transparent. It ends up kind of being like a nice crystal white. So in comparison to what the PET ends up looking like, this is actually a wheel out of PET. See that? And so you can see where the PET material ends up actually being more crystal than white. So I'm actually working on a Recreator now that is completely going to be as completely as it can be out of the PET material pulled from a Recreator 3D, put back into a Recreator 3D, and I've been using pretty much the Xvico X3S unit to print that material on it. So again, the original Recreator 3D, the MK3, the Lite and the Pro use the use the Xvico X3S. So if you're still trying to look into the MK3 version, you can talk to Casey Ma at our Recreator 3D group, and she has them available. I believe 145 shipped for the US. So pretty much it makes a smaller build, less weight, about half the material needed as far as printing, as the majority of the base is already here from the original X3S unit that it's used from. So it was a really nice 3D printer to be able to use as a base unit. And as it was on sale initially, things just kind of went back and forth as far as its availability, its sales in the US, and how sales happen. So they, as a company, left Amazon and are now just primarily selling with eBay and only from China. So there are some units in the US right now which they are pushing forward. So again, if you're looking for an X3S, it is still available. You just have to reach out to Casey Ma at the Recreator 3D group, and she'll be able to get you a unit. So let's put that there. Let's check out those comments. I'm sorry for anybody making comments. I do have a knot that I have to take care of before that causes issues. So it's a good thing to keep your filament in order. I do have the mini spooler that you can download and put on here that you can spool your loose filament up if you're smart, and be able to pull it in with a mini spooler. So for this was supposed to be the model that got released last month for the celebration, but I was working on a unit to get to a school that I was excited to be able to make a unit for. I think getting this into education and I want to say STEAM, but STEM projects that allow different facilities and classrooms to be able to, get kids involved in this. I would say that an adult should be using the Recreator 3D as far as loading it and running it, and kids can watch it and observe it, but shouldn't necessarily partake in using it, just due to the fact that we are at 210 degrees on the nozzle, and the filament can wrap around while it's unwinding and cause issues if people aren't observant to how it's acting. So just, if you've got kids around and they are using it, be mindful that you are parenting them and keeping an eye on their activities and making sure that they're safe just as well as you're safe. So yeah, on the comments we got a couple people coming in, 7 current viewers. Thanks for being here. Much force. Yeah, the piece. So I don't know how to pronounce your screen name, Zarkon, but it sounds like you might be having some issues with pulling your filament to load to the spooler, or you might have been commenting on mine. So if you are having a lot of force issues with loading the spooler, your filament might be either too wide for its thickness to the ratio of the nozzle. So you'll want to check your nozzle is properly drilled. You can use a standard filament, just a piece of filament cut off, and once you cut off the filament, you can put it into your nozzle to verify that that's around 1.75 millimeters. And if your filament's going through the nozzle, then you know your nozzle's good. Ultimately, after that, you would use some calipers, and you would cut a strip of whatever material you're using from and measure that. And the golden ratio for most standard bottles is about 0.30 millimeters, and that should be cut into an 8 millimeter strip. And as long as that's pulled through the 1.75 millimeter ish nozzle, you should get decent filament. And it shouldn't be a struggle to get through the nozzle initially while you're manually pulling it. And if it is, again, reconsider everything I just talked about. Make sure your nozzle's the proper diameter. Make sure your strip is whatever thickness, again, that you would then go to our filament strip conversion chart that we've got. You'd be able to see what you might have to change your strip size to. The community cutter at the moment is limited to only 8 millimeter strips, but you can buy a commercialized bottle cutter, which is called the plastic bottle and can cutter. You can go to PBACC, plastic bottle and can cutter.com, and buy one of those units. It does come from Ukraine, so depending on your area, give it some time to be shipped. In the US, it can take anywhere from about 4 to 6 weeks to receive. So it is worth the money. It does help support Ukraine if you're trying to get that aspect into it. It's a mom and pop shop, and I've tried varying different cutters for this aspect, and the plastic bottle and can cutter.com is the best one that I've tried, again, out of 5 varying ones that you can get on the commercial market right now. So that's why I included it. It's this one right here. It's on my MK3 units as I started them. Pretty much my beta units have them. I've got 5 beta units that ended up getting them. I managed to keep one for myself on the first unit. This is the MK1. So this is seeing some updates to it as far as what's on the MK5, but ultimately I did have some parts break down over time as far as using it, so I would have loved to still have it be what it was when I started it, but like anything else, I think we grow. And the Recreator MK1 grew a little into a hybrid of what it was and what it is now. So I think that's awesome on its own. So the cheapest R3D use ramps 1.4. So yeah, for a cheap Recreator 3D, there are varying methods that you could go with. Right now, for the board, as far as a combo and LCD screen, the ramps 1.4 is the cheapest way to go. You will have to, at the moment, come up with your own firmware. As far as Marlin 1.8, I believe, is working fairly well with it, but you will have to program your own firmware. With the ramps 1.4, it's a little more tedious, but not too complicated. But on the newer Ender 3s, we are working towards having a bin file for customized firmware that the average person can just put the bin onto an SD card and flash their firmware. So that's kind of where we want to be at with that. That's how the MK3 unit works. We've got just a bin file for flashing the current firmware, whereas with the MK5 kit, using an Ender 3, or if you're using a ramps 1.4, you would just use standard Marlin G-code to pretty much heat up your hot end and then run the G-code command to run the spooler. So for everything I do, I manually temp to 210, and then I run G-code to run the spooler. So with that in mind, you should be able to get almost any 3D printer board, whether it's Marlin or RepRap, to run a G-code, again depending on the firmware's flavor, to be able to Pultrusion. Not just with the Recreator in general, but if you do offset from the Recreator, Pultrusion is pretty much heating up and pulling filament through a hot end. So I've seen people do that with a hand crank and a hot glue gun. So how cheap do you want to get? And so for me, I was seeing people making pet pultruders with varying random things they've had around that they could make this from. And I did the same thing, but I actually had 3D printing kits. So I wanted to make a kit, the Recreator 3D, feel like it felt like a 3D printer. Like it would sit next to your 3D printer, making filament for your 3D printer. So again, with e-waste and waste in general, we're not only able to stop plastic waste from corroding the environment, but now we can stop e-waste as well from corroding the environment. So rather than all this stuff end up in trash heaps and being burned and incinerated, we can give it alternative life. And again, with 3D printing plastic bottles, what do you want to print? Again, I'm making a Recreator 3D out of pet number 1 right now, recreated from a Recreator 3D. So if you want to get all like the 3D printers can 3D print a 3D printer, 3D printers can 3D print a Recreator from, a Recreator making recreated 3D printed filament. Get all meta and crazy, your head can explode, the kids who are 20 can love it, and it's just all the rave right now. So again, like, my main thing is the fact that if we can get this global, the Recreator 3D like branched off into a different project that I got a wink and a nod on. It's like Polyformer, I believe. They're pretty much in Africa right now, and so for even to get a Recreator, to get an Ender 3 into Africa right now is ridiculous. Just as far as costs and even one-up parts, for them to get filament, for our like $15 roll of filament, it's $50 for someone in Africa to buy that roll of filament once it gets there. So it takes a big place to import that there, and then once it's imported there, it costs so much more to be able to buy that filament. So if you've got an abundance of water bottles and soda bottles, you can now pet pultrude that into filament. And so now they don't have to worry about import taxes. They can recycle all the water bottles that are pretty much just like eroding their entire facility and in eco structure. Just they're living in water bottles. And so again, now I would have loved to see the Recreator end up in Africa, and I understand maybe like why it went more into a different avenue, just as far as what you can get for parts. So when you're talking about pet pultrusion, how can I make a pet pultruder? There are now varying aspects that you can go to get that done. Whether you're making your own, you can buy a pet bot, which I'm the first USA owner of a pet bot and pushed that as a concept. And once the filament became too much of an interest for me to be able to just facilitate with the pet bot, I was on the verge of making my own head that took in pet strip, and eventually everything kind of just came full forward. This unit was going to become a seamer. And so while we're on the topic, I know I'm not building, but turns into a good show and tell. This is the seamer that I'm working on. And so initially the original Recreator, how I was conceiving it, turned from what I've got in my hands right now for seaming the pet filament, which I was going to seam using with the pet bot filament into my seamer. Again, I was working on a head that takes in pet strips, and eventually it might take in pet filament, pets. Oh my God, y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, it'll take in pellets and be able to extrude like that. So this, I tested this, and it's all PETG. So I've got somebody working on a metal frame right now so that I can actually further test it, but this is where I was at and what eventually turned into the Recreator 3D. So again, there are varying pet pultruders that you can get on the market now. PetBot, Polyformer is another branch of the Recreator 3D, and then you got PetPull, which started it. There's a couple other ones on YouTube. There's Mr. 3D. I believe it's Mr. 3DP or Mr. 3D, and then there is the Petamorph, something of the sort. But there's like even another 7 off brands that I can't even think about right now. So pet pultrusion is going to be kind of like all the rage now that it started in 2019. It didn't really get crazy popular until just this last year, amongst me talking about PetBot and then bringing Recreator into the mix, and then it kind of exploded. So I assume that it's only going to continue to explode, and 2023 will be the year of pet pultrusion, just as far as it actually becoming more streamlined in the community and a viable option to recycle pet #1 plastic, regardless if it's a water bottle or a soda bottle or a Tampico jug. You're going to get a variety of different materials that can actually go through one of these units. Again, whether it's a Recreator 3D or some other varying pet pultruder. Pet pultrusion is where it's going to be at, as far as just, again, like, people want to have tinkering options. So if you've grown out of tinkering with 3D printing, you might look into, like they got Baby Belt out right now. I love the concept of Baby Belt because I don't really have the room for another 3D printer, especially if I'm going to do a belt conversion. And it would make more sense for me to put my money into like an Ender 3 belt conversion for a 45 degree like Infinity printer. But at the end of the day, a Baby Belt I can just stick on my shelf and still kind of get the feeling of like Infinity printing, but in a smaller scale, where I can just stick it in a box and put it on a shelf. rather than, especially because it's not something I'm necessarily going to be using in a production stance. So I just want to get my toes wet. So for like $120, you can get the parts and the kit for the baby belt and have fun tinkering with something new. So the Recreator 3D and Pet Pultrusion is in the same aspect, where like you don't want to spend $1,000 on making a recycled pelletized extruder unit, and that can range anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000. You got to get an ability to shred the material and then get the extruder. So CNC Kitchen, he joked about it. Some people took offense to it. I thought it was a great way to say, like, this is a good way to look at it in respective comparison, where recreating pet pultruding 3D filament from recycled bottles is more or less like rolling your own cigarette. So like you get the experience of rolling your own, you're saving money in that aspect as far as rolling your own, but you're putting your own time and efforts into it. You're also putting your own saliva and love into something where you're like, oh, I hand rolled this and now I'm gonna be all cool and smoke it myself because I made it. It's a custom made cigarette at that point. And again, like, not to get into that, but it is in a similar fashion to what we're doing. It's the cheaper way to actually like produce something. So it really gets your toe wet. Is it gonna end recycling? Is it gonna solve recycling? Is it gonna end our waste? Probably not. Again, we end up getting tops and bottoms as far as waste goes, and the tops and bottoms end up becoming now another problem that we have to solve. And so I do plan on getting into shredding and showing off shredding, and then getting more into extrusion and how we can take the shreds and extrude it into the next form of filament, recycled filament, just like from Pet Pultrusion allows us. We'll be able to then further reduce that material, which ends up being a lot of material. I mean, standard 2-liter bottles, about 40 grams. We get about 25 grams of filament from a 40-gram bottle. Again, the rest of that is waste in the top and bottom. So as much as you can get out of it for material, the better. So yeah, I know I'm not building, but again, we got 6 viewers, and I appreciate you being here. I've got the day to do fun streaming activities, so I figured I'd do some fun streaming activities. Again, we got that leftover material. It's about like 6 to 8 inches or so, and I usually just put that off to the side. I've got a recycling bin that I take all my scraps and I put that in there so that, again, one day I can shred them. I hope that other people are also kind of doing the same, so that eventually, when the time comes, we can all start shredding and coming up with new methods, cheaper methods, of how to reduce our waste and turn it into viable resources. So I get, a bunch like this. Got a crying cat right now, so I'm going to go get a Ziploc bag and give her a treat. Where are you? Alright, cat got a treat. I got my bag. Let's wind up her filament. So there are larger spools that you can get and customize. the better you can get your, the bigger you can get a spool, the better, especially if you are trying to seam this material together. You don't want the seams to be too tight, as they can easily break. So the bigger you have a spool and the more you can expand it, the better. So again, I'm just using my Ziploc bag. I'm going to put my filament into my Ziploc bag. Seal it up. And that's that. So I just collect all this into a bigger Ziploc bag, and I've been using the Ziploc bag so that I don't have to use the zip ties or the twist ties, because ultimately that just gets cut and thrown away. So now I can just reuse the sandwich bags and keep storage nice and clean. All right. Oh my god, I can't get the last name. I'm just not going to. But lady, you're in the house. I appreciate you here. Asked a lot, right? Asked a lot? Asked a lot, I think. My word shenanigans. Words are hard. Words are hard. I wonder if you can heat the pet grinds and press them into a mold. So yep, that's kind of where I wanted to go as far as shredding too, is if you're not going to be extruding it into filament, you'll be able to put it into injection molding. And so my whole idea with the Recreator and getting things, getting people into actually reusing your waste material as viable means for product. Again, think about where the latest and greatest now is the $1,500 Prusa XL. Everybody wants a Prusa XL, but for that same $1,500, you can buy a $500 shredder, a $500 extruder, and a $500 injection molder. And so now you can think about all the wasted material. I'm pretty sure in the last 6 years I've probably spent $1,000 on wasted material, and I'm sure other people can probably say they're in the same boat. And if you have been saving all that material, now it's a viable way to reclaim it all. So if you think about, if you have been crazy enough to save all your failed prints for however many years, you could weigh it and determine how much it is in viable material and shred it and put it back into new material. And if you're into 3D printing, which the majority of us are, you're not just making trinkets, you're not just going through a 1K roll a year, you're going through 10 to 50 rolls, and if you are in, mass production with a small farm, you're probably doing more. And it's nice, now we got printers that are coming out with all the spaghetti detection and this and that, like Bamboo X1, offers, but, a lot of people are still going to be in the hobbyist mentality with the $200 printer, and you're still going to be wasting material. So the more things that we've got that we can get away from just buying another 3D printer, or another clone or this and that, like turn your clone into a Recreator. Like, what else can your 3D printer be turned into? And again, like, where else can we get besides making just another 3D printer? Where else can we go? I think we really need to focus on our material and, again, our waste. I got into MMU and I got out of it because of all the waste. I got into recycling because of all the waste. and again, it's not about like saving money for recycled filament. It's about changing the paradigm. Like, we can't change the recycling paradigm. If it's broken, it's got to start somewhere. It's not going to start with China, because China pretty much told us to F off. Like, they don't want anything to do with us and our waste because it's not profitable. And so the only way for it to be, profitable is if the home consumer makes it profitable. And again, it's not going to be profitable as far as I'm now able to turn a profit and make myself into a business. But as far as finishing a soda bottle and having a unit that can just strip that down into filament a half hour later and turn around and be able to make something with 25 grams of filament Or again, if you're collecting them, be able to make something with a lot of grams of filament. It just opens up a lot of different aspects for a lot of different lifestyles around the entire world. So for anybody who's telling me that like this is a waste of time, waste of their time, it might be a waste of your time, but it's not a waste of someone else's time. And it's not the end of your recycling solutions, but it is the end to somebody else's recycling solutions. And again, we're not just talking about plastic waste, now we're talking about e-waste. And we're not just talking about waste, we're talking about emissions and carbon footprint. And so the second that you don't have to have a roll of filament shipped to you, you're not having that roll of filament shipped, that roll, the spooler shipped to the spooler, who then rolls the fucking the filament onto it, and then ultimately, like, again, that travels from here to there to there to there, goes to your printer, prints on your thing, which costs electricity, and then is it failed print? It's just going to end up in your recycling bin. And then so your recycling bin's going to come, and they're going to take it away in a truck, and then it's going to go to the recycling facility, more electricity, more gas, more gas, more gas, more gas. And we can stop that at our doorstep, or doorstep rather, and I think that's a huge global impact. And again, just not the Recreator, again, pet Pultrusion in general. So the more that we've got different brands, different people doing this, really opens up the world for change. And that's my ultimate goal. I'm not in it for money. I'm not in it to save a buck doing this. I very much enjoy it. I find it very it's a process, and so if you're very hands-on and like to be hands-on, it can be very therapeutic. And for me, there are days where I'll come down and I'll wash a soda bottle or a collection of them, take the bottles and I'll take the labels off, I'll wash them up, I'll dry them, and then I'll strip them down. And another day when I've got time, I convert them into filament. Just like we sat here, we're going on 2 hours now, but I managed to pull 2 things of filament. And I think that was fun, you know. And for me, it doesn't take much, just a couple minutes to load it up. You can go and do something else while it's pulling, just like you saw. And you don't really have to keep an eye on it. Eventually, we will have it so that it stops itself just once the filament is done. But after a 2-liter bottle, it's made for a 2-liter strip. It will just cool down and stop running, which is nice. So you don't really have to maintain it and watch it while you go and do something else. So I'm not paying attention to the chat. Thanks for giving me stuff to talk about. So yeah, things are pricey as far as where we're at, and again, my ultimate goal is to get us down into that $1,500 price bracket. If you're looking at a Prusa XL for $1,500, consider it. But also consider where you're going to be at for your own production, and again, where you're going to be at for the next 5 to 10 years. And would you rather put money into another printer, which you might not, you know, it's another printer. You might have 10 other printers that are just as viable to do your printing job. Or do you want to spend that $1,500 on a new way, a new alternative way to, again, bringing back some of the recycled aspect of your failed prints and being able to salvage again your money. It's putting time and effort into it, but again, you're now gotta, if you think about all the carbon footprint and then where the time and effort goes amongst different facilities to produce this stuff, again, to get it to you, cardboard boxes, just everything. It changes that entire paradigm. And it's bigger than what people see in front of their nose. And so a lot of people can't get beyond that. They can't get into someone else's shoes. They can't get into somebody else's lifestyle. Once I started hearing about how Africa and their import taxes and just how much everything becomes financially, people go to the Micro Center and get an Ender 3 for 99 bucks. That $99 Ender is $800 in Africa. That's insane, and that doesn't help anything. That stops and hinders everything right there financially, because finances got involved, imports got involved. All that can be eliminated. So again, I'm not upset that Recreator 3D didn't end up necessarily as the project in Africa, but I also understand the versatility of things. Just like how PetBot right now, it's primarily in Russia. They had to change their entire unit into more of a kit in order to get it out of Russia, because it was like $400 to move a PetBot from Russia as it was. So now they've made it into a kit where you're 3D printing half of the cost, and it's also you're putting it together now, so it's in a smaller box rather than a giant box. So the cost has been fueled to be able to make it more worldwide. Making the Recreator spawned pushing the PetBot beyond what it was initially. So I love the fact that, you know, and I made Pet Pultruders United group on Facebook, so that we're an open community. We're not just making projects from another project to call our own. We're again united as Pet Pultruders. We're trying to take this whole idea and expand on it. You know, some people have made seaming and their aspect works, but then, you know, for like mine it doesn't. For someone else's it doesn't. How did you get it to seam, and can we do the same with ours? But also, let's get the conversation going more about seaming, because it's not going. No one's really talking about it. We've seen some implementation of it, but no one is out there like, this is how we're doing it. This is how we make it faster. This is how we streamline it. And this is how we take the time and aspect of you know, again, time and efforts out of it. The more streamlined that we can make it, the better. And so, again, with going with like a Palette Pro or another aspect of something like that, where we're either seaming or interjecting multiple strands in at the same time, that's what we want to move towards. So, all right, yammer, talking. Save your scraps, get them saved, save everything. And I'm excited that you're excited for the project. So stick around. Thanks for being here. So for the most part, once things are recycled, they're not recycled. They end up at your local facility, and a lot of people end up putting just trash into the recycling, and so a lot of places won't even tolerate that. They'll just take it out and put it back in. You know, it's like, that's trash. So there are a lot of places that talk about what you need to do for properness, and people just don't adhere to it at all. So one of the big things that I really want to advocate for is, if you are doing pet pultrusion, you do save your tops and bottoms of the bottles, as well as other scraps. Because if that does end up in your recycling bin, it's not going to get recycled. Second that one emblem is gone from that plastic, the facility is just going to deem it trash. It's going to be like miscellaneous recycling. They're not going to know what kind of plastic it is, and it's going to go into the the incineration pile, and it's just going to get set on fire. I'm sure there's new methods now to separate things. The recycling industry is rather crazy. Water's involved. I don't know if salt water's involved, but different plastics have different variables of how it floats. So like PET will rise, whereas HDP will sink, and so they're able to extract different materials different ways, just like the labels are shredded and washed away initially, because that's all top surface stuff, and then everything kind of goes below it. So we're turning ourselves into home recyclers. So we're going to have our own means and methods of doing stuff similar. And we also have to think about the water that we're wasting and consuming. And so, there's aspects, and just like electricity that's going into this, that, that's now going to be on us, and so it's not a lot to run these, and we don't want to see our water bills go up. And so there might be methods that I start to adhere to later, where I'm heating up some water and putting it through a system where that water is recycled for my own needs, that never really gets poured out right away. Initially down the road it might but I want to be able to make sure that I'm also not using an abundance of water and an abundance of electricity and just everything else, but it is going to be factored in. It's just inevitable. We're taking that away from recycling centers that do all that, and now we're doing it at home. So I'm stoked. Actually, didn't think I printed the middle leg, so I've got the middle leg. I know I'm not really focused on the build, but it's good to get talking points out. I rather enjoy doing the live streams because it gives me stuff to talk about, practice. If I do end up going to IRF, I plan on being on for many hours, and I like to have talking points. So everybody giving me stuff to talk about in the chat, I appreciate you. Hopefully you're enjoying the live stream and everything is coming in good. I haven't really heard anything negative, so if you've got any questions, let me know, and I'll keep talking, and if I can answer the questions, then it gives me something else to talk about besides my rambling. And the more I have my jungle juice, the more I'm going to ramble. So I'm still pretty new to 3D printing, and I know Elegoo Neptune 2 is based on the Ender 3. Can I turn that into a Recreator? So if you have an Extra or an Elegoo Neptune 2, that is on its way out. For the most part, from my understanding, it can work. Again, it's using, I think, Marlin. I do believe the Elegoo Neptune 2 has a larger, wider screen, so that might have to be adapted for the MK5 kit, but that's kind of where I made the kit. I wanted it to be more of a universal kit so that more 3D printers could start being used and considered amongst the kit, and people can expand on it and, again, make it more universal towards other people who also might want to use a Neptune rather than an Ender 3. So as long as it's Marlin based, my G-code should work with it. It might have some firmware limitations, and I did keep things just as G-code so that we didn't have to deal with firmware. Some people have expressed that that's just as limited to, you know, not being able to load a firmware onto an older board, but as, again, the popularity of the project increases, we'll be able to come up with different firmwares for different boards, as well as different methods to run varying firmware limited options, again, amongst the G-code that will work with it. So I've worked with several different boards right now that had varying different limitations within the firmware. You just change up the G-code a little and it runs just as well. So again, there's different aspects that can be done to pet Pultrude, and my method is one of, I think, the easier ones. There are easier ones and then even easier ones. There's another one, like I mentioned, the polyformer. I personally look at it and I think that it's a little overdone, but there are another varying group of people that love it, and it's good to have a choice, just like McDonald's has Burger King, and then the two of them compete with Wendy's, and some people prefer Wendy's and hate both Burger King and McDonald's. I think it's good to have options. I like to have all three. You get a little McDonald's French fries, you go over and get some nuggets from Wendy's, and then get a burger from Burger King. America. And if you're not from America, I'm sorry, but we got a lot of commercial options, and I love hearing from different foreign countries where, you know, they laugh at America and McDonald's. America and McDonald's has commercialized the food industry, and a lot of places seem to not enjoy that for some reason. I don't know. I think it's nice. You know, I like to have variety in things. I don't necessarily dabble in the variety, but it's good to have a variety. So I hope my wire works. I think I got a Creality wire on this. Sometimes the wires, I don't know the difference between a Creality wire and another wire, but I feel like I've got some of these wires for the LCDs that just don't work with an Ender 3 for some reason. I'm not too sure. Kind of just putting stuff everywhere. I might run another roll while we're sitting here, just so that people can see things. And I got my own little notes. It's good to have your notes around. I'm probably not going to use the notes as I've got them written here. Excuse me. So if you see me doing something outside of the blue from what I've shown you in my video or written in the notes, ignore it. Go off the build notes and the build video. I'm just here having fun, showing off things and talking shop. So again, I appreciate you being here. If you're here and you've got a question, let me know. I'll try to pay attention better amongst my ADHD and being all over the place. So a good spec in slicer for printing PET. So if you go to the Facebook group at Recreator3D, we've got a little highlighted image that is for the slicer settings for Kira. You need about 130 on your flow rate, 15% on your fan. We're at 4.0 on our retraction with 45 on the speed. You want about 30% on speed as far as printing the PET. You want a 260C on the nozzle with about 70C on the heat bed. And yeah, that's pretty much that. Double check the image over at facebook.com groups/Recreator3D. And again, if you're just joining us, which thank you for being here. Again, I got Print-a-blox here with the QR code link going to the 3D Printing Professor's Print-a-blox Skyforce page. At the beginning of the feed, I showed off Print-a-blox and all that fun stuff that you can get over at the Print-a-blox Skyforce on Kickstarter. So check that out. It's really cool. It's like 3D printing Legos. So again, just check that out while you're here. So I did have these fun fans. These are LED rotating fans, similar to my rotating JRT3D.com sign. And I had thought that it would be a cool way to illuminate the case, being in a transparent white crystallized color. I thought it might add some flair. Again, it was going to be the anniversary edition of the Recreator that I did last year, but things change. But yeah, I think I'm going to try to put that maybe as a cooling fan and see how it can illuminate things. But I did make another bracket, which I haven't really released or anything, and we might do that. We might put that out there. But it's just going to use your standard 40 millimeter fan. And it is a 24 volt, so make sure your fans are spec'd to your 24 volt or whatever power supply you're working for your board, depending on what you're using for a Recreator. So, looking for an excuse to upgrade to a better printer while still being able to give my starter machine purpose. That's the perfect excuse to make a Recreator 3D. Ultimately, if you are upgrading, which a lot of us do, we tend to have multiple printers around us. And I've got one in the back, which is a Zone Star MMU, which I got kind of out of MMU, and the Recreator 3D has consumed me, so it's turned into a collect-all. And usually when things start to collect other things, it's time for it to go away. So, if you can turn it into something else that is being productive for your needs, then it's not a reason to get rid of it. But otherwise, we'll turn into hoarders and have a million printers around us that, again, are just collecting dust. Or, again, it can be revitalized into something else, given another purpose. And I think that's a lot of people. I mean, I've given away some printers, and so I know I've gotten people into 3D printing that would have gotten into 3D printing right away just because, you know, a couple $100 for a 3D printer for some people is not affordable. So a lot of people didn't want to just have an Ender 3 be destroyed as far as a viable printer to make a pet pultruder, which is understandable. So I've got another unit right now that I'm working on, and that's going to be piggybacking off of an Ender 3 with some added JST connectors. So if you're limited on space and limited on fundings, you can still recreate. You just get the piggybacked add-on and you add it on. And so when you're not recreating, you just disconnect it, reconnect your spliced cables for your Ender 3, and recreate with your Recreator filament. While we're on the subject, this is the Recreator 3D add-on. And so it's pretty much like you can see, it's just the top part with all the main accessories of the top part, with nothing on the bottom like the MK5 kit does. Just a couple feet. And then we're just going to be working with some wires that we're pretty much just going to splice our JST connectors to. And then this just runs as our standard Recreator 3D, piggybacked through an Ender 3 driver as well as power. So it's literally the lightest, cheapest, easiest way for somebody to still be able to pet pultrude, and then you can just hang it on your wall, stick it above your head, wherever you need to, you know, but you can still be able to recreate. So I love the fact that the Recreator 3D has become a versatile kit where it's not just the MK3 Lite or Pro. You now can do an MK5 kit, which has a totally different spooler on it. And it's also been integrated into the add-on, which, so if you don't want to just have your standard parts, you can also piggyback, not just off of the Ender 3. Again, it should have a universal aspect to it, where if you've got 24 volts, you should be able to piggyback off of another 24 volt unit in similar fashion, running just G-code. Again, based off of the flavor of the G-code, or the slicer rather. Oh my god, the firmware. Ha. So yeah, I hope that the next year brings a lot of different things for the Recreator 3D. We are looking into standalone boards that LDO motors might be helping with. Nothing is set in stone, so I'm not trying to blow smoke there, but yeah, I'm excited for where the year's going. Looks like I got a few motors and a few different fans going on. So you don't have to add the fans, but it's been kind of a topic lately whether you need to add the fans or not add the fans. Ultimately, our main blower cooling fan, that gets put onto the extruder, but ultimately it doesn't run while it's pultruding. It's only running if you choose to run it after a pull has done and you want to cool this down instantly in order to load it back up. So that's the only reason that you would use that fan. And again, it shouldn't be running while it's pultruding. So if it is, you need to switch your fans out. This should be controllable. This one is controllable. Our blower fan, which goes into this part, again, is going to be always on. So that's always going to be blowing even once you turn it on, and once it's done pulling, it will always be on, and that's just to keep their filament cooling. And again, that's not necessarily needed if you are printing the bar as well as the guide in PETG or ABS. Then it should be able to tolerate the heat of the filament as it's being spun. And if you do notice that it's warping, just change again your filament as well as increase your infill but you can also buy the metal rod as well, which the only reason it became printable is because the metal rod became so popular that they weren't able to keep up with stock. So again, the fans are not needed, but we'll probably still install them just because it does help the mix. But if you want to save 12 bucks, a few minutes of time and effort, not needed at all. So I got a wheel. I know a lot of this stuff has been printed old. I did make this kind of mount for the inside to go up along here, so I could put one of my colored fans on here for like the board as well. Didn't really implement a board fan, so I felt like this would be a good experiment and excuse to be able to put another fan in there for the board cooling, as well to also add my fancy 8-colored light. So yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Might add it, might not. Okay, I got everything in front of me that I think I need, as well as my cases. So a lot of people too, you know, like, where can I go with the build to make it more cost effective? So for the MK5 kit, these two parts aren't needed. Ultimately, you just want to be able to have your case for the LCD, and as long as you've got that, you can keep the rest of it a little naked. The back handle might not be able to be placed exactly how it was intended, but you can just scooch it off to the side, or again, you don't need the back handle. A lot of people think I went handle crazy. So as long as the side handles are here to support your initial main frame, those are also not needed once all the rest of the components are put onto the 2040 profiles. So if you didn't want the handles, any handles, it will reduce the width of the unit, but I prefer to have the handles for hanging onto it in multiple ways, as well as for carrying and just overall leverage when I'm pulling from the hot end. Just gives something to hang onto for a little extra support to get the initial filament drawn. Okay, well, I got nowhere to go, and if you're still here, we got 5 viewers. Appreciate you being here. Any comments you got, I'll try to pay attention to them. I gotta go to them. And we'll load up another thing of filament, and I'll start trying to build. Of course, I lost my scissors now. Always have a second pair of scissors. So I'm pretty lazy with my filament. I just probably ends up all over the floor and different stuff inside of it. So I do try to give it a final pass down before it goes into the Recreator, but yeah, you might find varying other methods to store your filament. You know, the mini spooler is nice because it does give you an option to be able to spool things up properly. Keep it nice and stored. I did make a spool filament holder, which would also take the finished material and put it back onto the spool that the strips use. But like anything else, time and effort. I'm being lazy today, and we're just gonna kind of show the half means of being able to do this in a production stance, you know. So again, I want to show off how the unit's just running, how I can be doing my build while the unit's just doing its thing. Sure, I'm paying semi attention to it, but you don't need to pay much attention to it while it's doing its thing. Taco Bell or go home. Man, now I want Taco Bell. Why are you doing that to me? A taco sounds really good right now. So none of the parts need to be printed in ABS, correct? So ultimately PETG or ABS is suggested for the extruder mount as well as the rod and spooler guide. Those are really the only three parts that need to be printed with either ABS or PETG. Everything else, I tend to use PLA plus because it's a little more robust than PLA. But if you're going to use PLA, just make sure like the spooler mounts and the back one for the motor are just printed with like higher infill. So I would do like 3 walls, maybe 4 walls, and then I like gyroid infill. It ends up being just really robust, either that or honeycomb, full honeycomb. And I usually do about 30% for most of my infill on most of my stuff. So as long as you got like 3 walls with 30% infill, that's kind of like my go-to on either gyroid or honeycomb. So that's what I would suggest. And if you start to see any kind of melting going on, especially with the plate amongst pulling, this unit right here has had some warping going on. And like anything else, some PETG filament will be more robust than other PETG filaments. So based on your brand, you might get better, less melting out of maybe like Overture as a far from JO, or just again like make sure your brand is good high tolerance for heat temperature, and then that way the extruder mount won't experience any melting and pulling and deformation amongst it. So I currently have one printed in PET that I'm super excited to see how it handles up with the heat as well as the pull, so that we can see just how viable the material is as far as robustness and heat tolerance. So I'm pretty excited about that. And so yeah, like the pet material, we're seeing it. I'll be right back. We're talking about it. So it's a slow process, but it's getting there. Ultimately, I got the spooler, the mount, the guide, the fan, and the extruder mount, as well as partially the bottle cutter, printed out of PET, pulled from a Recreator 3D. So I'm trying to make a Recreator 3D out of PET filament pulled from a Recreator 3D. That's the goal. Slow moving, as one would suspect. I think the main spool gear took me about 12 hours. I've since then moved from a 0.4 millimeter nozzle to a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, which cuts the time in half. It uses a little more filament as far as grams, but the time is considerably cut in half. So if you don't need tolerance, high tolerance, and you're looking for the speed, it works out. But if you need the tolerance, you definitely got to go with the 0.4 millimeter nozzle. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. Like, The material holds up really good. It's nice and strong. Got the blue there. That's a rare color for me in the US, but yeah, pretty excited about it. The 2040 profiles right now will probably stay as they are. I will have a goal to make the 2040 profiles out of PET #1 as well, but that's a whole other project. Some units, I think some people say their Ender 3s can't necessarily get to 260 without a custom firmware. So if you can get a custom firmware, should be able to go beyond 250, which I believe is the max temp on an Ender 3. But I'm using Xvico's X3S, which is another Ender 3 clone. We specifically have a community firmware for that unit now. Since Nick Jones' involvement with the Recreator 3D, he's made the firmware for the Recreator 3D, and because it was built from an X3S, he was very much able to just take what he was working on and implement it into the X3S for community firmware upgrade, which was very needed for that printer in the community. It had been asked for almost 2 years within the community towards Xvico, who I think just ended up losing some of their technicians, and so ultimately it was a game changer for Nick to step into the community and offer custom firmware for the X3S, just because it is a custom board from a Robin Nano. It's like a stripped down Robin Nano. We do have a firmware offshoot for the Nano, which I will be showing off at some point. We just got to get the LCD worked out, but yeah, so for the most part, like, the Robin Nano is a good alternative where we do have a custom firmware situated similar to what we've got set up for the X3S on the MK3 Lite and Pro, but again, like, just geared towards a board that you can get with an LCD combo. I think the Robin Nano with an LCD combo was about $55, where if you do compare it to the Ramps 1.4, it's, $35. And that's kind of the price that we're gonna be aiming for if we do end up doing a custom board. It's gotta be in comparison between $35 and $55, just because why make anything that's either not less than 35 when you can get either option at 35 or 55 depending on what you want for an experience. So the fact that we've got multiple things going on for multiple experiences is something I'm very proud of, that we're able to do within the community. It's not just one project, it's not just one aspect. We're trying to really hit every corner that we can to make it a viable process. So just going to turn this heat on so we can pull this filament while we're talking shop. And yeah, Neptune will get that hot, but assumption was that it doesn't have an all metal hot end. So all metal hot ends are actually, I've only had problems with PET #1 filament with all metal hot ends. So I've thus gone back to just brass with dual geared extruders, even just in a Bowden or a Bowden setup for PTFE tube. I'm using, again, the X3S, which is just an Ender 3 clone. I'm also using a Kingroo KP3, which is just another Bowden extruder. Nothing fancy. It's not a dual geared, and it doesn't have any issues slipping whatsoever. So I have only experienced personally issues with an all metal hot end, especially with like the neck throat being all metal. And thus far, I've only heard from other people too that they are also experiencing such issues. And I think ultimately you either need to be higher in temps because of the all metal break, but I ultimately think you need to be a little lower because of how much heat it's able to retain, that you can get away with probably printing more around 255 rather than 260. But I would assume that 265 would start to make more crystallization and lead to nozzle jamming, and ultimately not being able to pass the crystallization that the temps have caused within the nozzle. So when I first started, I was only printing at 255 because 250 will break the material, but 255 will actually start printing with it smoothly. 260 is the best bang for your buck, whereas if you get above 265, you're likely going to start to break both a PTFE tube barrier as well as its ability to also start to use the PTFE will start to melt, and then you will also possibly break the fume barrier within the PET at 265, as well as the as well as the PTFE tube. So like everything above 265 can potentially break the barriers for just toxins and stuff like that. So if you're going to print above 265, definitely have an enclosure with a fan and exhaust system. Don't be doing it in a 10 by 10 room without such. Again, I stick to 260 to avoid any of that. That's just my own personal preference. And so I would suggest to anybody else amongst trying to keep this safe and manageable for people to stick to that advice. And if you go over 265, it's on you. And like anything else, most of this is still experimental. We're still experimenting. We're still coming up with the standard ways of making it streamlined and able for the average person to be able to have fun with this. So keep the questions coming. We got 5 viewers who are still viewing. 86 views total. We're going on 3 hours. Pretty good stream. I might wrap up around 4 or so that puts us at another hour and a half-ish. And I've done nothing on the build except have this be in front of me. So I'm excited to be streaming with you today. I appreciate everybody being here. So just so that you can see like a comparison from, again, I got Overture transparent PETG in front of me for this build. And right here I have, I believe it was a Coca-Cola bottle. And so even at the highest right now, without zooming into it, you can definitely see how like clear is not clear once you hit clear, you know. So the PETG clear is nice and white, where the PET without the glycol added to it ends up being more of a darker ghosting. I like a cloudy, I guess we could say. Whereas this is like a nice white cloud. This ends up being a dark, angry cloud. So it can just add different. Even so, like I end up doing polar bottles, and amongst the polar, there is some bottles that end up being crystal as to gray. So you got to kind of watch even amongst your brand how your material's coming out. And so I don't know if that is a brand within a brand, so if the polar it's a certain bottle, or if it just ends up being amongst how the process of the blown bottle is causing maybe a gas release where it just ends up being, again, like maybe more crystallized in the blowing aspect than not. And so maybe like out of 6 bottles, 1 bottle might be more crystal clear, whereas the other ones are gray. I'm not sure. So that's one of those things where like once we start getting people involved, I have somebody in the Recreator group right now that's been doing PET research for the last few years, almost like a decade. So they got a lot of research under their belt. So the more people we have from like the industry getting involved that actually know about how material is used at bottling facilities, that's going to be a game changer for us, because then we'll have inside resources as far as like how this material is actually produced and what additives might have gone into it after the fact, or beforehand. I don't know. That is another topic that we don't really broach on right now, is just other additives to PET. There's PET, but then again there's additives to the PET, and every brand is going to have different additives. I don't know what those additives are, but it's been a topic of discussion. Some people worry about those additives being fumed off, and then others are just not really concerned, again, because it's just PET. So it's a topic of discussion, definitely. Let's zoom in a little while I load this. All right. So let's see if we can load this amongst having a messy desk. I, of course, lost all my tools. So again, we got that heated up. We're just going to move it forward. If we do idle long enough, the unit will shut down after about 10 minutes. So it's a good thing to have this heated up and start pulling as soon as you're able to, so that you don't end up fighting the machine during the cool down process. You can easily shut it down and start cooling it or warming it right back up, so it's not that big of a deal. So getting the filament started is a process on its own. And just like riding a bike, once you figure it out and get it going, you'll be able to figure it out. As you can see, I like to grip the filament and kind of twist it so that I have leverage to pull it. And then using my other hand and my thumbs, I use those to bring the tool forward. Just in small increments is the best. You can give it a good yank on the first one, but we want to also avoid any abrasions in the filament strip that could break at the nozzle, especially on the initial pull. Once it's pulling, it's at a good speed and tension where you don't have to worry about the material kind of being abrasive and rough initially. Load this. Getting in the way. So again, we just load it like that, nothing crazy. Let's see if I can get focused. And then we just give it a little tension, a twist, nothing crazy. Make sure your filament's aligned to the guide, and slowly just move the spool forward, the spool gear forward, and that's just going to tension the filament towards the guide. You don't want to go fast because we are attached to the motor, which is attached to the board. And just like if you move your extruder fast or your bed fast, it will put momentum back into your motor, which could go back into your board. And so we want to avoid moving this fast. It's okay to move it slow, but don't be doing it a lot and don't be doing it fast. Other than that, I've been doing this technique for a while without any issues to any boards. So, alright, so we're tensioned, we're good. I'm just going to go to my G-code. And again, for demonstration purposes, I am going in medium speed at the suggested speed. Alright. For some reason, this unit's having a little hesitation starting. So I'll have to look into that at some point. Usually, sometimes these two nuts can get too tight, in which they are. So I just like to untighten them a little. And usually if you find that this gear is skipping a little, especially on the initial, these likely got a little tight amongst it moving, and we'll probably work on that in the future so that it doesn't happen anymore. But yeah, so we're spooling there. Get that there. Okay. So let's check the comments. Well, I hope you have a good nap, and I appreciate you being here. And thanks for joining the Recreator group and considering making a Recreator. Super awesome of you, and happy recreating. You're welcome to any of the Discord group or the Facebook group for questions at all times, and if I'm not answering them directly, there are varying mods and other people who've made a Recreator that are very willing and happy to help you. If you push the strip at the right time, it's possible to make longer pet stools. So as far as how this works, this is taking our strip and it's pulling it through the hot end and it's reforming it. It's not melting it. So normally you're dealing with extruders that are extruding hot plastic and then a spooler that's going at a certain speed that's allowing that extruded filament to be turned into a strip that should, based on the speed of the spooler, pull at a consistent 1.75, or again, depending on how things are set up to do that. This is pulling and reforming. It's not pulling and I don't know where I'm necessarily going with the terminology, but it is a different process. And so in order to seam another strip to this to this strip while it's going through the extruder, these two strips either need to be slightly smaller and they need to form into each other, which can and cannot happen with good success. There are several people out there showing that you can actually like put in riveted seams and pull that, but ultimately it's going to end up making a very rough seamed filament that might not go through an extruder. It definitely won't go through a PTFE tube, so it's definitely got to be a dual geared direct drive, but it's still depending on your direct drive and what you've got for filament holes amongst the direct drive options. You might not be able to get that method's seaming to actually get through to your extrusion, to your nozzle, so it might just get jammed into the extruder gear. So there's going to be varying, again, there's varying aspects, there's varying techniques that can form a good seam and can allow continuous filament, but they're still all experimental, especially on my end, and I welcome anybody to start experimenting and helping expand the ability to do such things, because ultimately once we figure out that number one request, then we're all going to be able to do the techniques better. And right now, again, there are techniques out there. I have tried varying methods and styles, but they all don't work for me and my own needs. So that's where I'm at with seaming. Are the kits being sold? Does the builder have to source all the parts? So right now, this is a community kit. It has been released for free as far as the parts and the description and videos to allow you to build one. It's about $220 depending on where you can source the printer from as far as a base kit. It takes about 3 hours to build, about 40 hours to print the parts, depending on the MK3 or the MK5 kit. Some units I am able to build, like the one in front of us, which I'll zoom back out now that we're working on it. So like this unit I'm working on will likely be offered to the Recreator3D group. So just like I've got listed above us at the group's link, recreator3d.com, if you go and support the group and join, then you'll be notified if any of these units that I build become available. Ultimately, I am rumored at the moment to be working with LDO motors, and if we can come up with something, hopefully we'll be streaming like a standalone kit version, which will be kind of like how the Voron kit is being produced and how that's supported. So there are means to make it into more of a viable kit for people to buy and also build themselves. But again, like I mentioned, right now I've produced about 25 of these units in what is known as batch 1 within the group. That took a lot of time and effort for me to do. It wasn't very profitable, and so ultimately now I've got a lot of extra parts amongst what I had intended to do for the project. So those extra parts are becoming extra builds that I showcase now in live streams. And again, as they become built and available, I will offer them to whoever wants to scoop them up in the community group. And so this is my way of allowing the group to be kind of exclusive for the members who are paying attention within the group and to the project in general, to be able to have access to one of my hand-built custom units, depending on what's in them and what I've got at the time. But again, to full circle that question, we're working on kits that allow you to not have to rely on a 3D printer as a base kit. You can buy one-up parts, but the one-up parts cost end up being more than the cheapest Ender 3 that you can find on the market. And eventually, again, with a kit form, we want to try to match those prices for, again, the best viable means to be able to do this in the cheapest form possible, again, outside of buying a used 3D printer. So this whole project is based off of working with e-waste, not necessarily buying a brand new printer to tear down as a kit, but revitalizing a printer that would become trash otherwise into another process that still brings you full circle within your 3D printing ability. Now you can make your own filament from soda bottles that you've paid for that would end up in trash or recycling otherwise. So there's a few different aspects going on with a few different things. So I'm glad that we can touch base on those and talk about them. So anybody else who's here that might have questions and comments? I got 5 viewers. I can see you watching, so shoot me up with a question. Give me some talking points. While I talk, I'll try to put this together. I am missing feet. It was the one thing that I do have to print. I don't really have a good TPU setting on any of my slicers yet. So TPU is something that I'm working on personally. Never had hit or miss with TPU. I've got one customer that comes in for TPU, and I struggle every time to print their product. And every year I think they're not going to be around. I hear from them when I least expect it. And I always struggle to get the job done. The job gets done, but tend to not enjoy it. I recently am into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, if no one can tell from my background, and so there's accessories that I'm working with a couple people that you just can't find anymore. And so 3D printing is like anything else, opening up an aspect of being able to refacilitate a toy that had an accessory so easily able to be lost, where you can now remodel it and 3D print it. And you know, it's not the original, But in light of not having the original and not having anything to be able to display these little rockets that display onto the figure otherwise, now you have a replica of something that was made 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that again has been so used and loved and lost that they just are these little bits that are actually real, legit accessories for these toys are insane. This little bit will go for like $20 to $40. That's how rare and exclusive they are now as far as collectability. And so to be able to print up replacements for them now gives the entire community the opportunity to branch out and accessorize their collectible toys that they loved so much when they were little that they can love again now, and again be able to actually enjoy it for what it was once before. So I love that aspect of 3D printing, and just like anything else, like now 3D scanning is a thing, so people have been 3D scanning the figures and making them reposable, and so now the big thing within that community is to be able to print Ninja Turtles large. And so now you can take what used to be a 3-inch action figure and print it 3 feet tall. People are losing their minds. And it really just adds to this collectability aspect that never existed. They have large Ninja Turtles, and they only had like 6 of them at the time, but now because 3D scanning exists, all those models that have been, you know, copied and scanned, and now there's 14 of them, so you can now 3D print large versions of the first series that came out that we never got when we were kids. Now we're adult kids with printers that print whatever we want. It's kind of funny, you know. So like even if we have kids and we're still big kids ourselves, our kids are now getting a totally different childhood than what we had when we grew up. For your dad or your mom or whoever to be able to turn around and make a toy for you that used to only be able to be made like whittling or woodworking. Again, you had to have a whole production facility to be able to do it. Now you just need a 3D printer, a modeling software, and you just need to know how to slice and run your printer, and you're good to go. If you don't know how to paint, buy an MMU, and if you'd rather not waste material with the MMU, learn how to paint. I think it's a really fun time to be in right now. So like anything like mechanics right now too, like just like nylon and all the versatility of the software, or filament rather, just even with PET, like PET's so robust and no one really thinks of it as a viable material, but then you show them, you know, like I show people that I'm making gears and making a Recreator out of this, and the second that you show somebody like I took all the filament that this used and created and recreated itself, that's what's going to really start putting people's perspectives into this, that it is viable. And yes, it does take time and effort to do, and could that time and effort be used elsewhere better? You know, that's to be determined by yourself, but I think again, varying lifestyles, different perspectives, going to bring a lot of different aspects to this community and where it goes moving forward. So yeah, if anybody's got any other questions, keep them coming. I'm just going to sip on my drink and try to build this otherwise and try to get to 4 o'clock. And again, we're here promoting Print-a-blox for this stream. So if you've not checked out Kickstarter, check out Kickstarter. And while you're at Kickstarter, look up 3D Printing Professor. So if you go to the link at the bottom of my screen, you can see that it's got 3D PP Professor. and he's running a campaign right now for Print-a-blox called Skyforce. So if you're not familiar with Print-a-blox, they are the 3D printing equivalent to Legos. And they are very versatile, and they have a lot of action sets right now that are out that have been already pushed and promoted through Kickstarter. So the Kickstarter is not a new thing for Print-a-blox. It's very well established, and every time it's very well funded. So if you don't go to the URL and you've got your smartphone, you can click on take a photo of the QR code I got there, and that'll bring you directly to the Kickstarter campaign. It's only $10 and you get the whole Skyforce set. I think there's 6 models out right now, and they're all kind of geared to flying objects, UFOs, planes, jets, that kind of stuff. Some of the previous ones were animals, mech force, just standard kits. And he's also got a few other campaigns out there called Chibi Moles. And yeah, so Polygon Dinos, I believe that was one. So Joe, he's been around for a while. He's been doing Kickstarter for a while, so he's got it down. And so as soon as that campaign is done, which it's already been funded, you can fund it more. All those models get instantly released the next day. You don't gotta wait a week, you don't gotta wait a month. Stuff doesn't need to be produced. It's already been produced, and it's just ready for you to either contribute $10 and get the Skyforce set, or if you contribute $100, you get all the sets that were previously released with Print-a-blox. And that $100 also makes you the boss. So if you've got something that you'd like to see created with Print-a-blox, Joe will put it together and actually formulate that into some sort of concept for you. And yeah, I think that's a really great aspect to allow people customized gifts and just enjoy something that's been 3D printed, and great talking point for Christmas stocking stuffers and fun times for the kids to play. Maybe aunt and uncle never saw something 3D printed before, and they're there to visit, and no one knew what to talk about until 5 minutes later Jane or Billy opened up their stocking stuffers and started putting their Print-a-blox together. So for $10, that's not bad. Like I said, for $100 you can do something custom. Maybe you got a significant other that's into something fun like Doctor Who, or some other people said Warhammer, and you're just trying to like have a nice way to make different game pieces or just fun accessories. Very versatile as far as what's out for Print-a-block right now and what you can do with it. So like I said, it's like Legos. So be very constructive about it. I think one community member is making a 3D printer out of Print-a-blox as a frame, so cool different aspects to it, you know. So I'm just going to mount a couple of this stuff while I've got the mounting put on. It's good to kind of mount the extruder bracket on first while you're doing stuff, just so that it's out of your way. I've kind of already got a previous altercation to my wire, which I'll likely be taking out. For now, it's just here for show while I do the build. And once I start running the wires, that'll be something I finalize. Alright, we've got some more questions here. Again, thank you for everybody contributing to the chat session. It really helps move things along and keeps me communicating. "3D printing nerd." He's next on my list. He's got a Recreator. He's got a Recreator 3D. I'm excited for him to do a live feed or whatever he ends up producing. But yeah, 3D printing professor. He's definitely got that voice acting voice going on. Yeah, it's I like to listen to him when he does his live streams in the morning sometimes. I'll have a coffee and just sit there and relax. He's been somebody that I enjoy talking to as far as projects go, and he's very active at his Discord page. Not a big fan of Discord, but we do try to push the Discord page. There is a Recreator3D Discord page. I'll link that. I think it's already linked in this description, actually. So check us out there. We're trying to get more people there. Right now we're working on 1,000 people and growing over at the Facebook group. Got the project, got Recreator in varying spots right now as far as some contests entered into the Hackaday e-waste project, so I'm hoping to maybe win that for next month's e-waste submissions. And it would be cool to win the whole wham bam shabam. But yeah. So amongst maybe still going to Earth, just trying to get prepped for things for that if I end up there. That way I've got a lot to show off. I'm rather excited as well, super nervous about that. I think the last time I really did a expo was in high school where I presented. And I've never been to MRF or ERF, so I don't really know what to expect. But either way, it should be fun, and it should help people get the word out for Recreator3D. And we've been having a couple people try to get us on TikTok and a few other social media outlets, so it's been nice. Haven't had any news articles yet, which would be nice, but they'll come as the universe wants them to. So most of my parts I print on my Prusa MK3S. It's been really my go-to printer for the last year since I bought it. I really wanted to compare it to an Ender 3, or at the time, again, I had the Xvico X3S. I just wanted to see, you know, is the $800 kit or $1,000, you know, out of box assembled worth the $800 to $1,000 when you can just buy a $200 Ender 3. And for the amount of time and effort amongst my other printers that I've put into printing, the Prusa MK3S just prints. And it doesn't matter what I feed it. If it's old filament or crappy filament, it eats it and it prints it non-stop perfectly. I've literally had no issues. Like if I've had any issues, it's been the filament jamming in the extruder, which is just 2-second unscrewing one of the screws and literally either pulling out the filament or poking it through so that you can further extrude with it. It's literally a 2-minute fix at the most, and you're back up and running. But yeah, Prusa is pretty much my go-to at this point. And I would very much suggest it to almost anybody who's just getting into 3D printing. If you have the finances to do it, it's 100% going to allow you to 3D print rather than learning how to 3D print. So recently we had a bottle cutter on Kickstarter that came out. I forget exactly the name of the campaign and the tool, but it's out of Boston, so I was excited about it being from Massachusetts and being involved with PET and needing strips. So it's like $40 for the early bird special. So we got involved in that. So I got one of those coming to me. I just put in money for it. And so I'll probably be showing that off at some point, just as far as like other methods that you can get for making strips. So the community bottle cutter is pretty good, and I'm very happy with that and how it's been treating me and everybody else who's been building it. And it is limited to the 8mm strips. Eventually we will have other strip plates or a varying method to change that size. But like I mentioned before, the plastic bottle and can cutter, that's a great commercial alternative if you're trying to get different size strips. And this one that I just kickstarted has 3 varying strips, I believe 8mm, 6mm, and 3mm, if I recall them telling me correctly. So it's always good to have alternative bottle cutters, just like it's good to have alternative pet pultruders. Keeps us all young and fresh and on our toes. Not that we have competition, but it's good to have a community of like-minded individuals with like-minded goals, because then we all add to that contribution. Alright, so if you're just joining me again, I'm just adding all my screws and nuts right now, trying to prep my stuff. Nothing too fun or exciting. So if you've got any talking points for me, any questions, feel free to ask. Keeps the live feed from being dull. I've been on for about 3.5 hours right now, just talking shop. Again, I'm talking about Print-a-blox today primarily, but we're also putting together an MK5 kit slowly. Yeah, I got some more love for the Prusia in the comments, so keep the comments coming. Keep the questions coming. What are you printing with? That's going to be the next kind of topic too. Is like you got the pet material, and it does depend on if you've got an all-metal hot end or just a standard brass, and get a dual extruder as a standard, and different varying methods for slicing. For the most part, if you use the slicer suggestions that we've got, then you should be good amongst whether you're using Prusia slicer or Cura slicer or Simplify 3D. You should just be able to get on the ball and get going. One thing I do have to do is order screws for these blower fans. So they do take, I believe, a M2. But I'm always running short, especially lately. Alright, varying screws. We'll try something out. See where they bring us. So if you're going to be getting into this stuff, it's good to have varying screw sizes and different things to get you going. We'll try this one first. Alright. So the Prusias do print pet material pretty good. I don't usually use my Prusia for pet material. Not to say again that it's not able to print it, but I do tend to run into slight issues with my initial first layers printing on my Prusia with pet. So it is one of those things that I would definitely advise. For the most part, pet should go down a little thicker. For the first layer, just so that it's got a good bond, and the PEIE sheets tend to work pretty good, the textured ones. I tend to avoid the matte surfaced ones, even though those work just as good. So again, I'm not doing anything fancy. I got the Recreator showing off, but for the most part I'm just adding screws to parts. Screws that are not long enough. And just able to work for my needs. So that's kind of the story of my life. If you can get something that works for your needs, get it done. And you know, a lot of people are trying to make the Recreator and other pet Pultruders just doing what they've got with what they've got. So use what your mama gave you is what I like to say. So if you don't need to buy something, you know, consider what you got for parts. Again, if you're doing this build as like a one-up, not just using an Ender 3 or another 3D printer, I do have all those one-up parts in the written notes, which you can find at Recreator3D.com. Whether you're going to the MK3 or the MK5, you will see all the parts that you need within the written manual. So if you can find the written manual, then you're good to go. Kind of just cut off a little of this. We don't need more than, I don't know, about 12 inches or so to get to the board. Just gotta put that down for now. I've already got this backwards on myself, so like anything else, if you've joined me in my other live streams, I do everything upside down and backwards. Tend to put things together only to take them apart to put them back together again. Just take that off real quick. And my power supply should be on my right. And we'll get the legs on here now that we've got them situated. I'll usually get the T-nuts set onto the screws just enough where I can unset them into the 2040 profile and then retighten them so that they lock in place. It's the best way that I can describe doing that. That way you've got a T-nut in place with the screw, and then once you get it down into your 2040 profile, you're going to release that tension on the T-nut, allow it to flush set into the 2040 channel, and tighten. So normally if I had feet, which I don't right now, I would leave this a little loose so that I can still get in and attach my feet. While I'm talking about it real quick, I don't think... Okay, I don't have feet. I went to check to see if I had feet. So ultimately I gotta print some feet. The feet aren't really needed. They, especially out of TPU, it will give you traction. I've also got some TPU feet, or rubber feet rather, that you can order. I got that in the MK3 kit. MK5 kit rather, written manual. So if you don't want or can't print TPU feet, you can order your own. But for right now, I have to avoid doing that. So once our case is attached to it, for the most part, like, again, you don't need the feet, but the feet will off-step it from your table about a quarter of an inch to a half inch or so. So for now, we'll just get our other legs on. Again, I might wrap up around 4 o'clock, which is in another half hour or so. I haven't really eaten today, so I could use a meal. And I did a bunch of talking, and for the most part, again, I wanted to talk about the Skyforce Print-a-block set, which is currently on Kickstarter, so I think we got some good talking points in about that, and showed off Joe's video, which I might do one more time before we wrap up, for anybody new. So for the feet and where you place them, if you've got your handles installed, we've got a little space over here as far as, let's see if we can get this camera off of our Recreator. Showing that. So these little lips right here, you pretty much just want to put the leg up against those so that you can still see them. And that should give us enough space as far as what we need for putting on the rest of the frame. Alright, so we've been here for like almost 4 hours, shy of 4 hours. We did manage to pull, including what's pulling now, maybe about 60 grams of filament. Each one of those strips is probably about 15 to 20 grams each. Probably more around 15. So maybe not that much filament altogether, but we did pull some filament, and that shows you that, you know, while you're working, while you're talking, doing something else, you can be stripping down some filament and having it pultrude into 3D printed filament. So again, I try not to like think about it like a full production mode or anything like that. But if you just finish up a soda bottle and, you know, you got a second to clean it up real quick, a second to dry it out, another second to load it, and you walk away to go do some other activity or something in between, and you come back and you've got viable filament. And I think that's well, that's pretty cool. You can argue that it's a complete waste of your time, but I would say go buy a roll of filament then. I don't like to rain on other people's parade, so if something works for somebody, then go for it. So usually on the pull that comes out last on the extruder, I do tend to cut off another maybe inch or two, just because usually, if I get that to focus, it'll have like a roughness to it, and we don't want the roughness, so that's not going to focus. Anywho, so again, like, I'll also usually find where it started on the roll, and we'll undo that. And with just a feel gauge with roughness, you can usually find out where the roughness ends and where the smoothness starts. So right in between, I'll usually take a snip off, and my first initial loading filament is recycled, and then I'll bag up my filament. And again, I'm not really doing this the most elegant way at the moment to show you, but at the same time, it's nothing too complicated. We're just re-rolling our new formed filament. And like I said earlier, we're gonna just go stick it into a sandwich bag. Just my sandwich bag, nothing crazy. Zip it up, pop the air out, and I'm usually good. I'll put this into another Ziploc bag, and just like I showed you earlier, now we got three bags that we pulled while we sat here. Again, each one took about a half hour or so at the slower speed. Alright, so I got 6 viewers right now. We've had 97 views total. Not too bad. Didn't really promote too much. Got us on Twitter as well as Facebook, letting people know. But it's cool. I usually get some people from the US and some people from overseas. And yeah, for the most part, you can use an end stop. You're going to use the filament run out detection is what we're going to be talking about as far as an end stop. I don't have it programmed on either of the unit, though it's been a thought, as well as, you know, implementing it and how we're going to do it properly. So yes, it's a talking point. It has been brought up, and it might be a viable thing in the future. That will pretty much allow the unit to stop pulling and shut off once it's finished pulling, and that should alleviate any kind of kickback that we've been seeing with unloading the spooler and so on and forth. Okay. So again, I wanted to see what we're going to do. Should be small enough to put on that. And had a head plate. Had one. Disappeared. Oh, I gotta take a minute break or so. I think amongst that though, we're gonna replay a video real quick. So again, if you're new here or you've been sticking around, you can take a break for 5 minutes and come back. But if you're new and haven't seen the video, I'm gonna throw on Skyforce. And we're gonna watch some Print-a-block action. I think that'll be cool. Give another run to the video before we say goodbye at 4, and give us a good wrap-up opportunity. So, all right, I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. We'll play this.
It's time to launch the third Print-a-block campaign, where we are taking the interlocking building block system made specifically for your 3D printing and making parts to send them into the stratosphere with Skyblocks. Now, if this is the first time that you've heard about Print-a-bloks, let me tell you a little bit about them. If you own a 3D printer, chances are you've tried 3D printing your standard plastic interconnecting building block sets, just like Creo or Mega Constructs brands, and you've discovered that they didn't fit. And this isn't necessarily the fault of 3D printers. These bricks are made with incredibly tight tolerances, And so, seeing the need to have a building system that we could use with 3D printing, I invented Print-a-block. That's block with no C, because that was the URL that was available. To use Print-a-block, you take a connector and snap it into one of the holes that have been specially designed to 3D print on the top or bottom or any side of the block, and then snap another Print-a-block into it. And that's it. Print-a-block is a truly 3D building block. You can build up, down, side to side, front to back, and the only limit is your imagination. And while this is certainly where Print-a-block has started, that's hardly all there is to Print-a-block. Besides taking the basic block and extending it to bigger blocks with more connectors that you can plug into, the very first Print-a-block campaign built pieces that you could use to make robots and mechs. These are super fun to play with. The Beast campaign focused on movement and articulation as we created animal-themed sets, like a shark with frickin' lasers on it. And I've even embedded electronic components into blocks so you can use Print-a-block to do rapid prototyping with Arduinos or other basic electronics and use them to make fun, interactive pieces. And where are you going to keep all your Print-a-blocks? Well, why not make a Print-a-box with Print-a-block connectors all over it so you can store your parts not just on the inside, but on the outside of your box as well. And now Print-a-block are blasting off with Skyforce, detailed components to add wings and engines to make your Print-a-block creations fly. They are a ton of fun to play with. So thanks for checking out my campaign, and I hope that you'll consider helping me build the most awesome collection of interconnecting building blocks for your 3D printer. Thanks so much for watching.
Alright, so gives you an idea about the Print-a-block Kickstarter again, one last time. And yeah, super excited about that. And yeah. Okay, well, I got my own extruder going on here for the shroud, so we got that now, and put that on there. I was gonna put a fancy, should I put it? I got one, might as well. So you gotta make sure that the blower fan is blowing to your direction. So get that on there. Definitely don't need all 4 screws when you're putting on the fan for the shroud. Get away with just using 2. As long as they're long enough. Alright, well, looks like we lost everybody. I did mention that I was going to be wrapping up soon, so that's expected. That's alright. We're going to get to 4 hours, I think, and wrap up in another 6 minutes or so. That'll give us time. Hang out a little more. Okay. We got that installed. So we didn't really do much on the MK5 build, but again, I was here to promote Print-a-block, and I really wanted to help my buddy Joe out and get more people over Kickstarter. Again, we'll probably be back tomorrow, I think. I got another 3 or 4 hours tomorrow. And just where we'll end up on this campaign for now. We'll talk about the... Yeah, we got that guy coming in. Coming in. So it's fun. You know, you can have a different imagination, different things. Joe's been letting his kids play with these a lot lately, and it's just been super fun with what you're able to do with them. Again, got a lot of detail going on in these things. You put a lot of time and effort into them initially, and now just going back full circle. He's going back and he's just adding like rivets and just crazy details. And again, you can print it out as it is. I got just random colors going on, and oh, if I can find it, yeah. You can't really tell by the bottle anymore, but this is just some rub and buff. You know, you get some rub and buff. Just put a little on your fingers with maybe a rubber glove on, and you just go in and you just hit those tiny little details that he's got going on in there, and it just really pops them out. You can see, you know, I just added a little here, and just anything that's recessed and top valued, it's gonna hit that top surface and just give it a little oomph, which is nice. You know, you don't really need to go crazy, and you can dry brush these and everything else after the fact, so that's super cool. And ultimately, like, again, because they're so versatile, you can, you know, like top the front mount off here and, you know, put it this way from the front, and we're gonna turn it because this one's got a turn on it, which is cool. So now we can have our little radar detector spinning around instead of our Gatling gun. We can take the sides off here if we wanted to. Put the Gatling gun on the side. You know, we got a little gas tank here or something. Gotta make that move around. Got a bunch of different stuff. You know, so we got like more accessories and stuff like this that can go on the side mounts, go on the top here. You know, we got this top part that actually comes off. That's just like another side branding, and I'm trying to get all these off right now to show you, and it's just falling apart on me. But yeah, so you know, we got different kind of tops and stuff we can add, and I think that's pretty cool because now you can add surface quality to it. If you've got it off, you can brand this with your name. Maybe you've got a different faction going on with like a war game that you're doing. You want to have a different name on it, different color, different, you know, different weapon. He's got different types of connectors that have, you know, varying sides, and then the center rotates, so you got kind of like a fidget wheel, which is pretty nice. I think that's pretty cool. And once you start putting these in here for articulation and stuff, you can spin that. And my clips are a little worn down from playing with these a little, but you get the idea. And we got some more wheels in here, and you can just add stuff on like that. Clips are very easy to snap in place and print. Not sure what other parts I got in here, right? Just not a lot going on, but we got another like radar going on, a little satellite dish. So we can snap that on place. Got like a laser tank. Brrr, pew pew pew. And this guy can come in, you can have a little battle, and pew pew pew. So yeah, I think this is really cool, really awesome way to pretty much got like a roll of filament, and you've got maybe 10 grams left on your spool and you're just trying to come up with ways to be able to get rid of it, you can just print one of these blocks and kill one of your rolls off, rather than being like, oh, well, what do I do with all my leftover filament? And then you just get sick of it and throw it away or some other thing. So I don't really have any printed out right now, but you know, the PET material really prints up super nice with these. And so if you're now thinking about using your PET material and like, what am I going to use this PET material for? Like, oh, I can Print-a-blox. And so now you're bringing a whole other aspect of recycling and small trinket making into your house. And if you've got kids, then that's going to bring a whole other way of just interacting with your kids and having them make toys with you, especially if you've got them like designing for you and stuff like that. Lots of cool stuff. So we got like spaceman heads and a bunch of different things going on. So super excited for Joe, 3D printing professor. Go to Kickstarter, get the Skyforce starter pack, be a boss, give them $100 and get whatever you want from Print-a-blox printed up. I think that's a amazing opportunity for not a lot of money, really, when it comes down to having a custom toy made to whatever you want, and to be able to have the expandability of Print-a-blox as far as all the sets. Those open up in the $100 tier bracket. So you can check out the Kickstarter page, 3D Printing Professor. He's got a Discord, he's on Facebook, he's on YouTube, he's on Twitter, he's all over the place. He's on Kickstarter primarily right now for the next umpteenth days. I think there's another, I think it's a 15-day Kickstarter. I think we were on day 2 or 3. So you still got plenty of time to get over there and submit to get some Print-a-blox. So thanks for being here for the 4 hours that you were here. And thanks for watching some of my build. Checking out my new OBS system that I got, which really allows me to add the QR code and some different kind of support banners for people that I enjoy in the community, as well as my new camera that has zoom capabilities, which is super fun. So yeah, I'm happy to be here for my 4th live stream. It's been fun. Got a little tipsy with my JRT special Surfer on Acid. So if you want to check that out, check out the video in the earlier part. I'll probably be back around tomorrow to put a little more effort into our build beyond promoting Print-a-blox. I might have a couple other things to talk about. If you've got any suggestions, feel free to hit me up in the Facebook group and let me know that you want me to talk about something in live streaming. And I'll try to do better about making this more active and viable to people before I start streaming. So again, thanks for being here, and I'm going to go get some food. Happy recreating!